maybe? There's a mic. Yeah. All right. That means all my other stuff is wrong. Thank you, Windows, for breaking everything. That needs to get set to that. And this needs to get set to that. Cool. Fix that. That one doesn't matter. And that one's going to be wrong. All right, well. Sorry for the tardiness. Work ran long. Had to be Superman. And Alf is demanding. He's staring at me already. I just started. So let's get a little music going. We'll get into where we're at because I did a little bit of prep work this week or over the weekend. While I was so loud, Batman. Sometimes I question sound levels, how they get a certain way. All right. So, what did we do? So we finished up all the database setup. So we've got that up and going. We've got an initial set of land blocks for the starting region, all dummy data in there. The next step was to start building the APIs to get that information and test it and see what's there. And then we can generate the subland blocks and see it visibly. So step one was I needed an admin tool. So I built an admin tool. I asked Claude to build me the tool just because it's an admin tool. As long as it works for me, I don't care. It's not getting delivered to anybody. So we have an admin tool. So now we have, I guess, like the startup item. Why am I not on this project? There we go. So we have an admin tool now. This little guy, it's very fancy. We can see if the public API is alive. Yep. We can see if the admin API is alive. Yep. And now we can do this, and we can put a land block ID in and get the information back about it. And now I need a land block ID, so let's go into here. Nope. Don't bother me. Get you. Oh, I love it open. Cool. So this is our land blocks table that we put all of our land blocks in, the couple thousand that it has. And I can pick any one of these IDs. So we'll just take that one at random, stick it in there and say load, and it will pull back. That's the ID I put in, what region name it's in, what its coordinates in that region are, and then all of its surrounding land block IDs. So if we look at this, so we pick row 342 here. I'll select it so we can see it. 635 is XY, 635 is XY, and then it parses this big old JSON string. That is the adjacency data. Let's prettify that guy. Is there a prettify in here? I forget if this guy has a prettify. I know. I know Notepad does. So here, I don't have it installed though because I'm a dummy. Anyway, we'll look at it here then. So this is the east, the region ID, and the land block ID. West, the region ID, and the land block ID. So Region IDs are all the same because they're all in the same region right now. If there's not a adjacent one, it's just empty. It's not defined. But then you've got all these land block IDs. So if we look at East, the land block ID is these last bits are all that are changing right now. 0007, 0023. So if we look at our tool, East 007, 0023. So all of these numbers correspond to these numbers on the right thing. So we're parsing that data back from the API and just showing it. And I can select any one of these and go, okay, well, West is this one. I can load that guy up. And it'll be a different land block. And now that data is showing here. So, and West makes sense. X went down 1 and Y stayed the same. Exactly what it's supposed to do. So now we can pull the data and validate it's valid. It's getting the adjacency data right. So the next step is being able to, when you hit the edge, so if I go pull one of these top ones that are on the edge, it's like one of these is these 0 X's are on the west edge of the land block. I can grab one of those and put it in here. You can see that west, northwest, and southwest are not generated because they are out of this region and we didn't generate them. So the idea would be I should be able to go generate a new land block to the west, northwest, and southwest, and it be in a new region that gets picked at random. And it creates the record in here with the proper adjacency data. So that's one bit of travel that we have to do. But really, this function here where I'm pulling the land block and this adjacency data, and then that function of, okay, now go generate this one that's over here, that's not really game data. So this is just calling the admin API. Like this is not an API that the client would ever use. So it's on the admin API. So if we go look at our, we lost everything here because we're running, of course. I should have it still open here though. So that's our admin model. That's not what I want. There we go. So we added on the admin API. So we added a route here for /land blocks / and you have to pass a GUID in to get it back. Normally wouldn't do that in the client. The client would be moving subland block to subland block. And if that subland block it moves to happens to be another land block, it would just naturally return that new land block and their UI would refresh with the new land block and all the subland block stuff. So does it look exactly like that? I don't know. We might actually show the surrounding ones, including the one that they're in, just to be able to see it. But this isn't something we would normally just call to say, hey, give me this land block. I don't think. If it is, we can add it to the client, but I don't think it will be right off the bat. I think we want to expose actions to the client and not, hey, you can give me any GUID you want as long as it's authenticated and I'll give you back the information. I don't think we want to do that. We want to have that hidden. We want it to be, you are here. Now you want to move west? Okay, now what does it need to do to move you west? You need to settle, Alf. You've had attention all day. Stop. He's being so rude today. You can come sit, but you got to settle. Hi. You got to be on camera now. You jumped up, so you got to be on camera. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. It's a requirement for coming up and saying hi to me like this and staring. You numbnut. Yeah. How you doing, Mr. Boy? You're annoying some days, but you're still my boy. So anyway, we want to make sure the APIs that we expose are not something that they can then go mine data with if they're properly authenticated, because it's not going to be hard to intercept to figure out the authentication from your local machine out. We don't. There's nothing to stop that. We just need to make it so that what they can access is very, very controlled, and this isn't controlled at all. So I feel like we listened to this playlist last time. Let's see if we can get past some of this stuff. Maybe we'll just do this other playlist. How about that? There, we'll do that guy. All right, so we just got to be careful what we expose. But yeah, so this is just an admin one. I think we'll do another admin one that is. I'm trying to think of how we would put this in the UI, because right now it's just kind of show me the land block. I think we would probably need a button. I am making a game. It's something I've been designing for eons. Not eons, but 20 plus years. I've been working on it in my head or on little notes here and there. But we are making a game. There's at a high level, we can just do this. If I can get my mouse to the right window here. Do this guy there for you. There's a little high level description of what we're making. It's going to be more old school than a fancy 3D world where there's Twitch requirements where you gotta not the platform Twitch, but reaction time Twitch. None of that stuff is in it. It's just more casual but deep loot adventure exploration game. So the game engine's going to be on good. We're going to be using Godot to do the 2D part of the game. So it's not a we won't be using Unreal or Unity or anything like that for 3D, because there's not any 3D. It's all going to be 2D. But we're using Godot to do all of that. So, but yeah, that's it's at a very high level. There's a lot more detail. Like in Discord, there's a lot more detail. We've built out a whole slew of requirements and design for this thing. I guess this is one way to show it. GitHub. So we've got our game design document here that we've kind of laid out all the core fantasy, the loop, what actions, all this stuff is a thing. Like I've worked through all the details in the last month and a half or two at this point. And now we're just starting to get into the implementation, just trying to bottom up. Nothing really to see. Like this is the first thing we've been able to see aside from the fact that a database exists or a set of databases exist. So all these databases that exist that are going to hold data. But now we're starting to get into the world generation. So step one is from a implementation plan. We finished data schemas. We're in the world generation, so generating all the land blocks and travel and whatnot. Then we populate the world and we build all the systems on top of it. Skills, loot, generation, gathering, combat, all that stuff. And then we build the actual 2D graphical layer and UI on top of it. So that's where Godot falls in. So that's the plan. We're on phase 2 right now. We're getting the world generated, and I've done some previous proof of concept stuff that kind of does the work. So no, I'm definitely not expecting players to stand up poker. This is going to be, so the way I'm designing this is it would be an online game, just to have a big shared world. So it's not, I wouldn't call it an MMO, but it's just a shared world that you can tell there's other people around you, but you're not seeing their individual movements and everything real time or anything like that. So it's expected to be hosted, but I am making it so that I kind of honor the don't kill games movement of, if I decide I don't want to pay for the hosting of it anymore, I don't actually intend for expect this thing to become popular. If it does, great. If it doesn't, whatever. But if somebody is playing it and I decide I'm done, it is designed where you'll be able to export your character, you'll be able to export the world state as it is, and I will make all of the Docker images and everything you need to run it locally available to do private servers, right? So there's no I'm designing it purposely so that if I don't kill the game when I decide I'm done with it. So, but again, this is just kind of a passion project. It may never go anywhere other than my machine. It is designed like this is Docker desktop. Anybody would be able to run the exact same thing on their desktop if they want to run it privately or on a Amazon server or wherever, right? It's just Docker. There's nothing special about it. So, and none of this and all the design for the authentication, that's one of the things we built in our, yeah, you can run a Kubernetes if you want. It doesn't matter. As long as it runs a Docker container, I don't care. So, but one of the things that I've instructed, I'm letting Claude Code help build this. I am building it piece by piece. I'm not giving it broad prompts to say, hey, build my game. All of this stuff I know all the details of it. I want to build it little piece by little piece my way and just have Claude do the busy work that I don't care to do, right? So it's not there just to make the game for me. It's there to assist, and that's it. I will know what everything does. I've been in I've been in software development for 25 plus years. So I'm familiar with all of this stuff and know the security risks and all that stuff. So, but part of what we're telling when everything that we build, is this is in its directive to say it has to be self-hostable. So we can't have hard external dependencies. We can't rely on, say, example, AWS Secret Manager or an Azure service or something like that. It needs to be self-contained. We could have an SSO layer on top of it so you could log in with your Google or your Microsoft or your AWS account or whatever that is if we chose, but it has to eventually fall back into self-contained auth. So, so that's kind of a key fundamental thing I want to make sure is part of this. And we've already done some of that. So part of what this we've done in phase 1 is actually take it back. I'm gonna go back to where I was. In the schema here, we've already defined JSON on what it looks like to export a character with all the stuff that we currently have. So it's all documented what it all means, and then you can import that into your own private server once that is available, right? So that is all being kept in mind as we're building this. And when I say we, it's just me. My dog isn't doing much help here. He's just here to keep me company. but that's the plan. So we're now that I have someone that can help write code, Claude, to help write some of the busy work. Yeah, me and Claude, yeah, to do some of the work. But I'm like, for example, like this whole thing, I knew exactly what I wanted. I said, okay, now that I have this app, I need a tab or a section where I can say, put a GUID in there. It calls the admin API for land blocks with the GUID and gets me back the GUID the land block information with this stuff in the response. Could I have written all this stuff by hand myself? Sure, this isn't that complicated, but I'm doing it in little bitty pieces of saying, okay, I want this to exist, and it makes it, and I go review it and I tweak it. Like, it built this UI, and I was like, well, I want to be able to select these GUIDs so I can say, go get that one now. And I couldn't do that before. So I'm very detailed and making sure it's exactly what I want. So, but yeah, I don't want it to be considered a game that's AI slop. I want AI to assist me, but none of the graphics, none of the assets, none of that stuff is going to be AI generated. It's all going to be me doing it. I've got a Photoshop, an Adobe subscription, so I've got all those tools for graphics and everything. The Godot is free. All the database Postgres is free. It's all me doing it and designing it, and I'm just having Claude kind of be my little junior developer to write the little bits as I make them, as I design them. So not going to be AI slop. I will know every single bit of code every single thing that every little line of code of this thing does. So I know C#, so it's not like I'm reading foreign language here or anything. And Postgres is new, but databases are databases. I get them. I've done enough. It's just I tried to pick some stuff I hadn't used before as well, just to expand my own knowledge. Yes, I have been told I'm organized. That's one of my descriptions for my real full-time job. Um, I'm also very detail oriented. I'm very analytical. I like to understand what I'm looking at, not just assume that it's working right. That's one big problem I have with AI. Not that it exists, but how people use it. I think people are being very um, uh, irresponsible with it and just assuming everything it spits back to it is right, and that's not the way to. It's not the way it doesn't. It's not. It's not right. So this is wrong. So, but yeah, no, I'm starting from the ground up. That's why, like when I showed you the implementation plan here, there's a whole phase orders that we have to. We got to define our data schemas first. Are these going to be final that what I define here? No, absolutely not. They've already changed since I started working on this bit. So, but it gets the big chunks of it in there and big building blocks ready to go, and then we start building from there. So, and this plan I came up with too. I mean, AI has obviously helped me document it because me personally, I would have not written all of this out like this, but it all came out from my head into it to get organized. And that's not entirely a bad thing, right? Sometimes you have to go, and I'm going to do the same thing here. Like I guarantee you, once I get into I've done some proof of concept of world generation, but I guarantee you, as I get into some of this, like the travel time calculation or just spawning mobs and everything, I'm gonna be like, well, I didn't think about that. Now what do we do? So it's gonna happen. That's the nature of development. Even with AI, it cannot predict everything you could possibly need. Um, and if you're actually doing it like I am, where you're understanding all the little bits of what you're doing, you will find a lot of that. Like you will ask questions, like you'll say, well, all right, let me build this, and you'll get something back from AI that's the first little bit of it, and go, well, that's a problem. We got to solve that because that doesn't do exactly what I want it to do, or it doesn't cover this scenario or whatever that is. But if you're actually paying attention to those details, you're gonna bang your head constantly. And that's fine. You learn more from making mistakes or forgetting stuff than you do for getting it right the first time. It's just the way it is. So I just try to have a grasp on the big picture and then figure out all the details piece by piece as I go. So, but yeah, so we've got a plan. It's no idea how long it's going to take me. We've started this. I think the first commit of this game design doc was what? May 19th. So we're in July 7th now. So we're going on 2 months. And this was just initializing things and getting the first step in there. We kind of built more we've refined it since then. So, so yeah, it's, my big thing is I like I want it to be an infinitely large world so people can't say they've explored the whole thing. And just for reference, one of my favorite things about games is loot. And when the loot system sucks, I don't enjoy the game as much. So this is basing it off of randomly generated loot. I mean, there's rules around the generation of the loot, right? But where there's always a chance for where you're at and whether you're fighting mobs or exploring just the world and finding loot on the ground or in chests or in caves or whatever that is, there's always a chance that you get something really cool that's level appropriate, right? Not that it scales with you, because you could find something that's even really cool that you can't even use yet. But it just needs to be, there needs to be that potential dopamine hit constantly. Not because I want you to be addicted to the game, but it makes it fun. It makes it exciting to know that any corner I go around, there could be something cool there. So that's kind of, and I played Asheron's Call. I started playing it again in my own private server recently, but that loot system has been my favorite I've ever encountered, and it's loosely based off of that, the way it works and how loot gets generated, because you're not looking for a best in slot item like WoW has. Like, everybody wears the exact same piece of armor because that's the best thing for a warlock, or that's the best thing for a warrior, whatever it is. It's all up to how you play. So yeah, that's what we're doing. Like I said, there's a big old FAQ on the Discord. Can pop that up here really quick. So in our dev manual, it's read only for everybody, but I've put our roadmap, some common questions that are probably asked about. It's all out there for information. The map is not given, it is discovered. So the idea is, and I'll pull this up and open a new Visual Studio here. This guy. This. So this is a MVP that I made. So what this program does is it's the beginnings of my algorithm to generate the world on the fly. So the world is infinitely large. The way I've designed how the land blocks work and regions and subland blocks and everything, like this is a single land block with a bunch of subland blocks, is that it can grow forever. Technically, it's not forever, but I will be dead for many hundreds of years before it gets to the end. So I don't care. It's just not physically unless everybody in the world, even if everybody in the world plays the game, it literally takes hundreds of years to get enough land block generated that I run out of WIDs. So, but the idea is it's all randomly generated. Once it's generated, you'll be able to see a big map. You won't. I haven't really determined how much you can drill into the map when you can see the big map, but you'll be able to see the regions and the general view of the things, and maybe some heat maps of where players are mostly and everything. Hang on a second. Out. Doggo is being weird. So demanding. But it's all going to be randomly generated. So like this thing open here, you see that world. If I close this and reopen, it's going to be a completely different world, or a completely different land block. Oops. I didn't let it close. Oh, I know what happened. I hit the button and made a change in the code. I must not be on the right profile on my mouse. Nope, I am. So it's a completely different land block with terrain differences in it and everything. So this was my first attempt at the algorithm generator. It's not horrible. It ain't great. This will be one of the things we have to refine in this, but it's going to be completely random generated. And I have another one that another prototype where I did this, but I also let you go between land blocks a little bit, and it would retain the land block. It's once it's generated, it stays that way. So what it looks like, and then like the definitions of what mobs are allowed to spawn in the different sub land blocks and all that is defined at the time it's generated, and it doesn't change. There can be some modifiers that happen to it over the different events or different influences and stuff like that, but the general gist of it stays the same. But that's basically the whole world is just going to be generated on the fly as people discover it. I don't know how the map's going to work, the overall map, just because it is infinitely generated. How does that look once it gets massive? Like, how is that even going to perform? No idea. We'll figure it out when we get there. It may be something we just can't show. I don't know. Maybe it's something that I export every evening or something and make it a static image, and that's what's shown to everybody so you can move around. I don't know what that is, but yeah, so that's the idea. It's all, there is no map to say I've seen it all. It is never going to end in the expansion of it. So, yeah, so that's the idea for the world. We will see how it implements. Yeah, so I thought about that, and that's that's basically the idea for that is seeding. Like you'd have to be able to allow them to make a seed for the map, and I don't want to really do seeding because then there is a known thing about that world, right? You could seed it in a way that generates just the right combination of mobs or something that you want that does something overpowered, and I don't want to give that kind of power. What the plan currently is, though, is it will allow, I'm calling them settlements right now, it's just towns. Those can be player created within reason. Like there's going to be some rules for how close they can be to others and whatnot. But that will be a thing. There is the concept of commonly traveled routes will eventually convert the land blocks into paths from what they were. So, for example, I shouldn't have closed that. I should have just left it open. You big dummy. So let's say, like this view here, is these, and it's going to be really hard because this is tiny, even on my screen. It's going to be harder for the stream, but there's a few P's in here that are paths. What I'd like to do is, let's say that from this right side here, just for simplicity's sake, straight across to the left side is constantly getting traveled because people are just going back and forth on there all the time. Eventually that can slowly convert into a path, right? So that you have a little bit of say in what gets converted into the paths in that way. You're also going to have the ability to, when you make a settlement, build either player run or NPC run buildings that do things. I think I have in there that you can actually build paths intentionally. I think. I don't remember if I kept it in there or not. Nope, doesn't say it's in there right now. So I'm guessing we kind of pulled it out that might be overly complicated to, or would allow people to, write bad words in the form of paths. I really want that. So now you could be walking around and do it, but there's going to have, I got to figure that little bit out. Those are little details that don't make the game, but just kind of add a little more character to the game if I can get them in there. But yeah, I don't want to do seeding just because I want it to be random and you have no idea what you're going to get when you move further west, for example, where it's unexplored. But there will be settlements that you can kind of have an influence on. There will be a player housing mechanic. Like you can have a house in one or more settlements, and you'll have a storage container in there. You can store stuff, and you'll be able to some extent decorate it. Like once you go inside, you'll see the view of inside. It's going to be kind of generic looking initially, but then you could maybe display some really nice armor or weapons or uh, items or whatever that you've crafted or something there in your house is just kind of trophy type stuff. So that kind of stuff will be in there. So yeah, it's what's the word I'm looking for? Uh Not aggressive. Uh Ambitious. It was an A word and it was an asshole. It was ambitious. But I've thought about it long enough. I feel like I can pull it off. We'll see. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. So you're talking about oh, I see. Okay, okay, okay. So you could have maps. Okay. It's an interesting idea. I do have to I do want to have I think it's useful to have like an overall big view of the world, but maybe to like your thought there is say you can create a map of this particular land block, or maybe it's of a region or something, because a region's like 50 by 50 land block, 51 by 51 land blocks. Maybe it's of the region. Um, I don't know. Maybe it's different levels that you can do. But if it's say it's of the this one land block, it can fill in as you explore it. I mean, you'll be able to see this whole thing. The idea is when you're in a land block, you can see this whole thing. I don't want that big of a shadow of war, a fog of war mechanic, but you won't be able to see beyond the other land blocks that are around you. So maybe it is a map of the region, and as you explore it, it just kind of starts filling that in, and you can keep that. So you have regional maps. Um, could even make it so that you can put notes for each land block of what you found there, even. So yeah, exactly. So maybe it is just region based, and then I'm trying to think. It's not fully decided on do I show the full map. The idea is the map isn't secret, but I also don't want you just to be able to drill all the way down to this level immediately from anywhere in the world. I think having the big overview of the world wouldn't be terrible to have. So it's not detailed at all. It's just like, here's all the regions of what's been discovered so far. And then if you want to keep more details, and you, like you mentioned, maybe it's a region map that you maintain of what you've seen, just to have a little bit more exploration feel to it. So it's not like you can look at the overall world, and then just zoom in like Google Maps and get all the way down to Street View, right? I don't think that's immersive. That's just showing you everything instantly. Um, and it kind of forces people to interact with each other. Like if you want to know what's on in a region you've never been to, you can ask and see if somebody's got a map to trade and show you, right? Maybe something like that. I don't know. It's a good idea. I didn't really put that one in as didn't really think about that one from the Minecraft perspective. Um, Now let's see, where do I put that? We do have a place in. Let me stop this. That one stop. This one stop. We do have a place for a landing zone of things, and I think that was in here. No, where did I have that? Was that in the game design document, maybe? Parking lot. There it is. Yeah, so we've got all these different things in here that aren't decided on, that were just kind of ideas. But I'll stick that in here because that's an interesting. Have maps you can make of a region that show uh, the places you have been. AI is just crazy at this autocomplete these days. I'm trying to decide, like, that show the land blocks you have been to and allow notes for what was there. So something like that. So that could be something useful. It's all those little things that are going to kind of fill in the holes. Once I get further along in the game, I'm sure there's going to be more things that are like, okay, I need something to fill this hole because this is either, is it boring, is it just not intuitive, that kind of thing. I think this is something that could help with just knowing where you're at and what's around you and not having to keep your own notebook on the side, which I'm not against. I mean, that's what I did back in the day. I mean, I'm in mid 40s now. Back in the day in old games, you had to keep your own notebook of notes and what happened in the game. But modern, making them the same old school feel, but some modern quality of life. And this would be one of those things. So that'll get committed in there in our next commit, that update. But yeah, no, I'm just trying to bring back that loot feeling where it's just loot and exploration are important, not just a side effect of the game or just not important to the game. I mean, most modern games is, and even all the open world games that you get these days, the map is almost immediately known. There's no way anybody to be able to document this game's map because it's never complete. It's always expanding. It's always randomly generated. So you will never know. You only know what's already been explored, but not beyond that. So yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, thank you for the idea. I will take full credit for it, and you were never here. um, so yeah. So back to this guy. So yeah, so now we can get our land block. So the next step would be, I want to say, move a direction, and if the land block's not already there, generate it. Oh, nice. I knew it was there, and and I occasionally make the maps in Minecraft. I don't play a ton. I actually have a private server that a few of my streaming friends we've played recently. Yeah, it's offline at the moment, but I tend not to. I tend to be more vanilla when I play it, and you need the maps for that. Like I don't like Minecraft servers where they give you all of the quality of light where you say, hey, here's the whole map, just view it. That's kind of boring, right? That's not fun. And the ones that let you like drill down and see what's below and everything, I like the exploration of it. I don't like the be given everything. Your daughter got you into it. It's a fun game just to chill and dig and build things, right? You don't even have to go into like the creative mode where it's unlimited supplies and everything. Just the regular, normal, vanilla Minecraft. It's just relaxing, right? You don't have to rush to the end game and get all of the end game stuff done. I just build. I don't think I've ever personally gotten to the end game of Minecraft because I just dig and build and explore. So I've never actually finished it. Uh, so yeah, but yeah, I mean that kind of thing where you could dig a hole and potentially find something cool. Same idea, right? It's that same little dopamine hit that's always possibly there. Obviously, they have tiers as you get deeper in it. You get more stuff, and you get into the caverns and all the portals and everything. You get more things, but there's always that chance you just hit this great seam of diamonds or whatever that is, and that randomness is what tickles my fancy. If you want to put it that way. Okay, so we've got the thing showing us. Get back to this. Remember what we're going to do. Our current land block. So I think the next step is going to be, we can do a lookup, and then I want it to be able to, I don't know what's on my clipboard. Hey, it's still a land block ID. Look at that. Is I think I'll add over here like directional move, like north, south, east. The game's only allowed north, south, east, west movement. We're not going to do north, west, and southwest and all that stuff. But I could put that here to say, hey, go to the northwest block. And then when I click that, what it should do is if a GUID exists, change this, look it up, move it to that. If it doesn't exist, create the land block. If it needs to be in a new region, create the new region and then create the land block and then move there, right? So that would be the next thing that we need to do just to get land blocks, land block creation. I wouldn't say done, but the ability to do it done. And this would be a back-end thing. So the idea is going to be when somebody enters a land block, let's do this in Paint. Yes. So let's say we've got we have a land block, another land block, another land block, and another land block. Well, let's just build this out. This is a very rudimentary explanation of this, but it'll work. So let's say the player's in this middle one. All the land blocks around it are already pre-generated so that he or she has a seamless move. Let's say they hit the edge of it and they're going over the next one. They don't have to wait for it to generate and define everything in it. It's already there. So let's say they're here and then they move from this block this direction. That's a tiny little brushes. That bigger? That's a little bigger. They move that direction. That's a horrible arrow, but they move to the right. So what'll have to happen is as soon as they move into this block, to keep that from always being the case where when they move, it's already generated, we have to then go generate this block, and that block. So that's how it's going to work in the real world. So what'll happen technically is they'll move into this land block and the backend will go, hey, I look like this on this land block. This is the west side, but the same thing for these is I have adjacent land blocks that are not defined for this one that this character just moved into. So it will queue up a request in the back end, or 3 in this case, for I need a land block to be generated here, here, and here. So these 3 would have to be generated next. So if we do this, yeah. So those 3, they would be queued up for the back end worker. So if we look at the architecture we have right now, we got our database. We have our server, which is the APIs mainly, is what's on the server. And then we have a worker. And this thing is already got built out with a queuing system where I can queue up 3 things for it to do and say, I need you to generate 3 land blocks for me. It'll generate those 3 land blocks, put them in the database, store them off. And by the time the character gets over the other side, which I think we established takes about 30 to 45 minutes. I haven't totally established it perfectly yet, but somewhere in that area, these are already generated. So they have no downtime waiting for something to generate. So I just saw your question. I sort of answered it too. So the thought right now, and this is not final, this is just the idea, is a land block is 51 by 51 sub land block. So if we go back to this guy. This is only 50 by 50 because I hadn't done it right yet. But the idea is each sub land block in here you move across, there's a travel time that it takes, right? A real life travel time. So I think we kind of landed on 10 seconds per sub land block that you hit. Could be less, could be more, it just depends. I don't want it to feel like, oh God, I'm just sitting here with my arms crossed waiting for a minute. That's not fun. I want it to be, you need to want to go that direction. I just don't want it to be you run across this whole thing in 30 seconds and explore everything. There needs to be intention for what you're doing. But the idea is when you move into a subland block, there's factors that determine how fast you can move across it. So like grass and dirt and stuff like here, this green and this brown is fine. Let's say you get to water and you don't know how to swim, right? You might not be able to go. It might actually be impassable and you can't go there. Or maybe you can, but it slows you down. So it takes longer to cross that land block. So there's going to be factors that adjust that time. But at every subland block you go into, the idea is you are presented with a bunch of options of what you can do. You can just sit there and wait to travel to the next one, or you can do things. You can hunt. You look for what mobs are around you and fight them. It's turn-based combat, so it's like goes back to not being Twitch-based. It's just turn-based, and it's based off of your skills and your equipment, and then the mob that you're fighting's skills and equipment, right, and stats. So all of that. It's all turn-based, so you could do that. You could explore it. You could look for it. There might be a random chest that it says it sees in the area that you can go explore. And everything is a little small amounts of time just to take time. But I feel like 10, 15 seconds required to be in there gives you enough time to look at what is there and decide if you want to do something. And then by the time you've done that, your timer is pretty much already up and you can move on. But it needs to feel intentional. Like I don't want you to be able to go from this bottom corner to the top and then go up and down, up and down, up and down, over and over and over again, really fast to discover everything. You're gonna, let's say it's 51 by 51 and it's 10 seconds each. So 51 times 51 times 10 seconds is that many seconds, 60 seconds. It's going to take you over 7 hours to explore every single block in that land block if you chose to do that, right? So I want it to be and that's why I said earlier, there's no way this world the infinite number gets discovered, like the end, like I run out of GUIDs to use, because it will take time to cross these. So even if you just go straight across 51 times 10 divided by 60, it still takes you about 8.5 minutes to get across it. So as long as I can generate land blocks in 8.5 minutes, which I don't have any doubt that I'll be able to do, you'll never know it wasn't generated yet. So, but the intention is for you to explore. So I don't want it to be an instant navigation across. There needs to be some intention and thought put into, okay, I want to go this way. And then the travel time modifiers, like if you're going through a thick forest, it might not be 10 seconds. Maybe it's 15 just because you're going through a forest, right? If you're going through mountains or a cliff, or maybe the desert is slower because it's hot. I don't know. There's all kinds of things we can put factors on there for changing things. But it would make you think about your route too, because if you know that certain areas are slower to go through, maybe you want to just avoid them and go around them. So it's going to matter the path that you take through here. And like 8.5 minutes is the bare minimum that you could get across from one end to the other instantly. So that would be basically if they were all no increased travel time modifiers straight across, which this one, there's some trees that might be a little slower, but this is pretty tame. There's how many terrain types do we have? 20? Let's see, that's going to be in definitions, schemas, terrain types. 13, that was high. So this is our current list of terrain types. It doesn't mean this is the final list, but it's our current list. But they all have the base travel time modifiers and everything are bogus right now, but they all have different specs on how they spawn and how they generate and everything. All the numbers in here are what is used to generate this right now. They're hard coded in this test app, but so that's the idea. Is like the different terrain types will allow you to move faster, or the only one that's really faster potentially is path. Maybe that's a little faster to go across, but anything path slash road, whatever it's called. But the others would be more like ice. You're probably slower because you're not going to slip and kill yourself. Mountains would be slower. Scaling cliffs is going to be slower, right? There's going to be things that cause it to be slower for you to go through that subland block. But that's the idea, is that it takes time to pass. Not in an inordinate amount of time, but makes you think a little bit. I want people to use their brains a little bit, right? AI is making everybody's brain mush. Use your brain a little bit. People citing ChatGPT as a source is really starting to get old. Anyway, so that's the idea. So the next step here is I want to be able to say when we do get to, like we were talking in Painter, when we get to a point where we don't have the land blocks defined, I say move to it. This app is just going to do it instantly because it's a quick generate. But in the end, it's going to queue up for the worker to do that. And I could probably actually, do I do that here? I mean, it would be a test of our system, of the idea of what we got here. So the bit that I'm thinking about, close this so I can get back to my project easier, is we have on the server side a worker. So we have a worker and we've got it wired up with quartz to allow us to have jobs that are scheduled. So this is just a heartbeat one that we set up by default, but we'd have a schedule here for a land block generator, and it would be checking a queue in the database saying, hey, do I have any land blocks I need to generate? If so, yes, do it. And we could do that. I mean, I don't see why we couldn't. It kind of would build that scaffolding for the real thing that we need. So maybe we go down that road. I wasn't planning on doing that. I was planning on just having an admin API do it, but this probably isn't a horrible idea. The admin API, maybe it is if it doesn't exist, it schedules it. And then for now, I just have to be dumb and say, wait, and then click it again and or refresh or reload the land block I'm on. It would now have an adjacency ID for that land block that was generated. I can travel to it. So maybe we do that. That would kind of test this whole concept, make sure it works. It does. I mean, the heartbeat works, but just to kind of see how efficient this is. So that's our next step, is that. And then once we get that done, I think we can get into actually generating the subland blocks. And that's going to be take a little more time, because that code in my test app is horrendous. It is not something I'm proud of. It is something that I cobbled together to get it to work. And I would never, ever, 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 ever use it in real life. Generate new land block. Yeah. So it's one giant method, which is by far not ideal. And it is very much a lot of hard coding of, okay, now you're looking at this. It's a very, very, very much ugly. It works, but it's not ideal. So we'll have to refactor this. I know we're going to have to figure out how to set the different, the different settings in here that I've come up with for how things spawn and percentages and everything to get things to look good. Okay, so step one. Let's get a worker set up in here in our worker container that monitors a queue for I need a land block generated. Now that queue item, two questions need to be answered. One, where in the crap are we going to put that? And two, what needs to be in that queued item? What information is it going to need to know? It's going to at least need to know what land block triggered that to be queued. So I think what it would need to pass in there is, and yes, I could easily just ask Claude, what should this do? I don't want to do that. I want to come up with the idea and solution myself, and then to make it do the grunt work. I don't want to make Claude happy for coming up with cool ideas. I want the ideas myself and make it do the work I don't want to do. So I think it would need to provide, I don't have a land block ID anymore, do I? Nope. So I think it would need to include the land block that triggered it, because that's a guaranteed, okay, there's definitely an adjacency update needed there. And then it's going to have to go figure out what other stuff is adjacent to it that needs to be updated. Because when we look at this one, yes, this guy here, let's make it orange. This guy here is the one that's going to trigger it. And definitely when these three get generated, this adjacency data needs to be updated. But it also needs to update the adjacency data for this guy and this guy. And this is not a guarantee that there's not another land block over here beyond this that already exists. So that it could just be filling in this column and there's stuff on the other side. So we've got to look. That gets challenging. I'm not even sure. Well, I know how to do that. Yeah. So we know what region we're in. We know what our coordinates are. If we're in a new region that doesn't exist yet, we're slowly discovering the complexities of this. So we might have generated this next region over a while ago from somebody else, and there's some stuff maybe up in this top left that we can't even see that exists. But this doesn't have a concept yet that the block next to it is in that region. Now, wait. Do my regions have coordinates? I forget. I think they might, because that might solve that problem. If they don't, that might be what we have to do to solve that problem. Well, we might just need adjacency data on regions, because coordinates then turns my plan into not infinite, because I am limited by numbers at that point. Let me see. So if I look at my database and I look in my world database and I look at regions, we just have the ID and the name and created. We don't have anything about surrounding things. Land blocks tell us the region and the X, Y inside of that region. I think we need to have some connective tissue there. Otherwise, it's going to be a lot of work to figure out. Do we need to make a new region? Do we have an existing region that we just put some coordinates in here? Yeah, I think we're going to have to do that. I think we're going to have to do something similar to what we do on land blocks here with the adjacency data. The same on regions. I don't know how we get around that. I don't think there is a way around that. Otherwise, it's a very inefficient process to figure out if we need a new region or not. I have learned a lot about performance in the last, I don't know, 10 years. And I'm using all of that knowledge to make this not perform like butt right off the bat. Yeah, we're going to have to do that. I don't see how we get around that. We're going to have adjacency data on the regions. Doesn't make this in-use Boolean moot, though, because it makes this as an easy query, because you don't want to query JSON B columns in Postgres. Unless you've done it small or you've done it in a way where it's indexed in the right way. I can just query the in use and that tells me what regions are active, even if nothing has been generated in it yet. Okay. So step 0.1, let's say, because we got to do some pre-work here, is we need to add to regions adjacency data like land blocks. And this one's going to be blank to start with because there isn't any other region. Because then at that point, it's easy. If this guy here is, say, so the X is going to be 50. Oh, well, my color is orange, so I can't actually see what I'm typing. Black. And that is tiny as balls. There we go. So if it's 50 is its X and its Y is, let's say, 23, whatever, then, and this is a new region, then this one is 0, 23. So we know exactly what coordinates to put it in. The way the regions, they're just going to be blocks. I thought about making them as some weird, they could be weird shapes and everything, but that makes it really complicated. It's doable, but it's overly complicated for no good reason at that point. So it doesn't add much value other than maybe a prettier map. It's probably questionable. Regions aren't really borders. They're just, I need something to group huge blocks of land blocks together. So they're all going to be evens. Like there's going to be 51 by 51, and then there's going to be a region next to it that's 51 by 51, and the top and the bottom are perfectly lined up. And the same thing with ones above it. The left and the right are going to be perfectly lined up. So this will always work. If I'm here and I know the next block over is no longer in this region because it would become 51, then I know that I need a new region. I need to see if I have an adjacent region yet. And if I don't, create it, make it the adjacent region. It will have to go figure out if there's stuff around it that needs to make adjacent to, just like it will be for land block creation. But then we know its coordinates of the new block is 0, 23 at that point. So, and then this one would be 0, 22, and this one would be 0, 24. So that's not the issue. It's just we need to know about adjacency information. And I don't know any other way to get around it because you're basically, let's say we're in this one next to it and there's only these two in existence and we go north, we have to figure out that we need to update adjacency data for this one when we create that new region. And then for the one next, this one here that we came out of is also new adjacency data because northeast now has a region that it didn't have before. So we're going to kind of have to do some traversing of adjacency data. So we'll have to do a couple, what would be that, 2 levels of adjacency data. So we'd have to look at all of for this region, we have to look at the adjacent regions to the left and the right of it. And then in those regions, we'd have to look at the adjacency data for the top and the bottom on those, or the top only really on that. We just kind of traverse around it to see what needs to be updated. But we should have all that connective tissue very easily with that adjacency data. So yeah, we can't get away without it. So okay, so step one is we got to add adjacency data to regions, which means that's going to update all of our entity framework and all that stuff. But you know who does that stuff really well? Claude. New session. We need to add adjacency. I'm terrible at spelling. Data to regions, just like we have on land blocks. Land blocks. I don't think we need coordinates. There's really no reason to. We just, because it's just putting stuff together. That sort of throws out the idea of dynamically generating the big world map, because it would have to basically start somewhere and then build it up, which might actually look kind of cool, to be fair. That might not be horrible. It could also be you see a limited distance around you based off of the land block you're in, or the region that you're in. You see limited regions around you, so it only builds out some of it. And then you have your map that we talked about earlier that shows you details about the region that you're in, or the regions that you've been in, right? That could be kind of cool. I don't want to put coordinates, because then we limit ourselves on how many regions there can possibly be in a given direction by the max int size or max long size, which is a huge number and we'll never hit it. Which then makes me think, does that matter? Probably not. Because there was another number that we had that we put in here. Like we did int. These are int 4s. Int 4? Is that what a long or a big int from Microsoft SQL Server is in Postgres? I feel like that's not. Let's see. Look at our entity framework here and see what we define that as. I forget if that was a 32 or 64-bit int. I'm looking for data. No, core entities world land block. It's an int. So int 4 is a 32-bit int in Postgres. Why int 4? 4 bytes? Is that what it is? Yeah, it's 4 bytes. It's a 4-byte int versus an 8-byte int. Okay, so I only made those 32-bit because land block's only going to have XY between 0 and 50. Because that's how many are in a region. And the uniqueness is region ID and XY. And we didn't put an integer value on regions simply because we didn't want to limit ourselves. But if we made it a 64, so I think regions is probably, if I make it a 64-bit int, which is an enormous number in each direction, I don't know that we'd ever hit that. So we talked earlier, let's just 64-bit signed int max. So that number, let's see if it gets it right up here. There's stuff down here. Let's see if it gets it right up here. Hey, I got it right. Is this. So it's that number. Does that fit in calculator? It does not. This was our problem earlier. It does not fit in Microsoft's calculator. So if we say it takes at least 8 minutes to cross it, it's this number times 8 number of minutes to, well, this in half because you're starting right in the middle, be left and right from there. So this divided by 2, so 4.6, whatever that is, times 8 minutes to exhaust the numbers. So let's just take a part of this. Let's go back and do. Does it say what 32 is by chance down here? It's 2.1 billion, but yeah, here it is. Let's just do a 32-bit calculation, and that'll give us an idea. So if this number does fit, times 8 minutes. So divide that by 60. That's how many hours it would take. 24. That's how many days it would take. 365. That's 32,000 years to go from the middle to the edge of a 32-bit integer. If we make that 64-bit, that number is astronomically high. Because you would literally have to start playing the game the moment the server turns on, and you could never stop moving for 32,000 years. I think that's safe. Oh, man. I'll make it a 64-bit just to be safe. Well, actually, no, that's actually wrong. So that's not even right. So it was 8 minutes per land block. There are 51 wide in every region, 51 tall, 51 wide. So if you started in the middle, let's just say you happen to get to the edge there, you'd still have to get this -1 land blocks or regions to get to the end of the region. So times 51 land blocks in each region times 8 minutes divided by 60 for hours, 24 for days, 365. Nope. Times 360 divided by 365 for year. Now we're looking at 1.6 million years. Humans will probably be extinct by then. I'm not too worried. I think we can probably do a 32-bit integer for this as well. Even if I cut the time in half down to 5 seconds per subland block, it's 800,000 years. I'm dead and gone by then. I don't care. We'll do 32-bit. And by that time, if somebody's still playing this game, they are real retro gamers. So I think we're going to do 32-bit. So I was going to say don't do the X and Y, but let's do the X and Y because what that helps with is instead of having to traverse adjacency data to find the land blocks around us, we can just look at coordinates. We can just query by coordinates. Like we know we're creating a region that is now at 0, 1. We can look at all the surrounding coordinates to see if they exist. And if they do, then we have to update their adjacency data too. Super fast calculation rather than traversing around GUIDs. With an X and Y 32-bit int as well. So that we can easily determine where, to be fair, I don't even need the adjacency data. I just need the coordinates. Oh, yeah, I know. It has been leaked for so long, I don't care. It's not showing my last name, and as long as I don't click that down there, it won't show my email address. No, it's been obviously you didn't know that, but other people that have watched it by first name, that it's not an uncommon first name. If my name was very uncommon, you'd easily be able to find me. Great, but good luck finding the Jeff that's me. Um, yeah, no, I've thought about a lot of things. There were a lot of settings I had to turn off in certain programs, like I know in Visual Studio and in Notepad and Visual Studio and Visual VS Code and Docker and all that stuff, just to hide file paths that might show more. Like if it happened to show my user profile name, um, but like all this code, for example, is sitting on a separate disk that is just D colon code. Nothing revealed there. Is demo mode, huh? I didn't know that. I will play with that after the thing. It's already out there, so not a big deal. But hiding my email address would allow me to click that menu and not be afraid. I just keep my mouse away. I also have a little block on OBS I can turn on if I needed to show it. But usually, if I look at it, I just pull it over my other screen, and you can't see it anymore, right? So, and it's fine. I did not know about it. I'll look at that. I wonder what else that does. Well, let's ask it. What all does the is demo flag in Claude Code hide? It doesn't seem to think it exists. Obviously, you use it. um, Interesting. That's pretty funny, to be fair. Do you use the Windows client or do you use the Linux client? I'll have to look in that after. I use a Linux client. Okay, yeah. I'm using the Windows because it just integrates better with Visual Studio, and I've used them both, um, but it just works better for .NET stuff. Um, yeah, maybe it's not a Windows thing. Maybe it's a whatchamacallit, a Linux only change. But yeah, I like this, and even like my Microsoft account, when I'd stream games, when I would stream on the Xbox and stream that on the home screen of the Xbox, it would put your full name up there. So my full name currently on my Microsoft account is Jeff Dot. just just so it doesn't show my last name. Yeah, you just use a CLI on Linux. Yeah, yeah. Um, I've used all of those. I just prefer the Windows client just because it's cleaner for presenting stuff like this, rather than Linux. So, um, it's whatever if it doesn't ever hide it. I At one point I did have like little black boxes I was going to put up over these things, and then everybody already knew my first name, so I was like, what am I hiding at that point? Um, but yeah, I don't want to dox myself. I appreciate the concern for sure because I take that seriously. I don't want people to know where I live and who I am. So it's if you had my full name, you'd find me very easily. I'll just say that. So um All right, so we need adjacent data to regions just like we have on land blocks with X and Y 32-bit int as well, so that we can easily. And now I'm starting to wonder if I even need adjacency data, because the reason I have adjacency data in land blocks is I don't know what region it's going to be in. I need to be able to look and figure out if it's in a different region, and that's why the adjacency data has the region and the land block ID, because the coordinates reset in each region. So you'll say I'm in region X at coordinate 27, like just to kind of give people a reference. So you go find the region, you find that coordinate, and that's where they're at. I didn't want to have these big, giant positive and negative numbers for the whole world. So that's why I didn't want to do those numbers. But I think if I put them in there just for reference, I don't need adjacency data. I just need to know what coordinate my region is in. Dope, your link got blocked. Should be able to private message it to me. What did you search for on GitHub to find it, or just type the name of the GitHub? Whatchamacallit? Uh, User or something that I can search for just without the full URL, or just take off the github.com part and just show me that bit, and that shouldn't get blocked. And I could just throw the domain on myself. So I don't know that I need the adjacent data. I just need coordinates. We need to add X and Y 32-bit int values on regions as well, so that we can easily determine what regions exist when moving around and generating new land blocks. So we'll need to update our EF objects and migrations to create those columns on the existing table. We will also I also want to update the admin API for land block retrieval to return both the region name and its coordinates. It's actually from Anthropic, huh? Let's see. And it should copy across yep, computers. Let's see. So this would be on your CLI version in Linux. Yeah. I can definitely see that, because when you start that up, it's all just text, right? So there's no hiding it. Whereas with the Windows desktop client, it's behind that menu. It's hidden there. I was ready to have that whole thing just blocked off if I couldn't hide it. I don't know that the desktop client has. I can't see that. Settings JSON. Let's see. Does it really put it under x86? Where are you running Claude code? Where the crap did you install? God, there are so many processes that Claude runs. That's crazy. Program files. Wait, what is? Wait, it's under Windows apps is where Claude and that's weird. I don't know. I installed it there. A weird place to install yourself. Ah, there you are. The good thing is I don't have an organization name. Yeah. No, it makes sense. Yeah. Oh, is that how it works on personal accounts? Organization name is just your email address. I guess that makes sense. I'm trying to think for my work account what it looks like. Because obviously my work account's got our company name. But yeah, I think let me look. Maybe that's why the email address is at the top of this menu is because that's what it's considering as my organization name. Let's see. Count. Well, you have an organization ID, but that's just a giant GUID. I imagine our company one has that too. Interesting. Yeah, that was one of the things why I switched to the Windows client for a lot of this stuff is there was just a lot of it felt like legacy what's the word I'm looking for? Fat or just bloat in the Linux Claude CLI stuff. That just it felt a little clunky, and it feels like now that they have this Windows client, they're just smoothing things out. There's stuff about this client that is just really nice. Like when you go into plan mode, and it shows you the plan, you can basically comment on that plan like you're commenting on a PR on a code review, right? So that was that's it. There's just quality of life things that they've put on the Windows client that you just can't get in the CLI on Linux. So, because I was using the Linux one up until probably February of this year, and then a coworker was like, "You haven't switched to the Windows client yet?" It's like, "No, why?" And he showed me like, "Oh, that's cool. Maybe I should try that." So then I haven't looked back. It's just been. I think there's some more advanced things you can do with the Cloud Code CLI in Linux, but they're slowly getting parity in the Windows one with all of that, like all the agent stuff and whatnot. That's all starting to show up in the Windows one. So, um, but yeah, no, it's been. I haven't looked back since I switched. It just feels cleaner than the Linux one. Don't get me wrong. I am not a Windows fanboy by any means. I'm also not a Linux fan. I'm not an anybody. I use the tool that works for what I want to do, and this to me is more presentable for streaming than the Linux CLI. So, but yeah, like the you say your email contains your first and last name. My email contains my last name and my first initial on this account, and for work it's my first and last name as well. So yeah, it would. That's why I can't show it. Like I pulled this over the other screen and to pull up that menu. So You got to have your hyperland. Yeah. And that's the thing. There's always trade-offs. Like what you said there, that feels like there's definitely more advanced things you can do on the Linux side than you can on the Windows side. But for this, what I'm doing here, I can take the trade-off of not having all that because I'm going slower, more methodically in little bits, right? I don't need all of the extra features, all the extra complexity of the Linux to do this. I'm using Claude in a very basic way here. Now it's integrated to GitHub. It can push my commits and make my PRs and I'll do all that stuff. And but I don't hear the most configuration I have is I've got the different Claude markdown files set up. So at my user level and at my project level, the markdown file set up and all the stuff to get its context right? So I'm keeping it simple here. I don't need all the extra fluff for this project because I'm going slow. If I wanted to go do more things, I'd probably do more Linux stuff, but I'm old school. I was talking to somebody at work today. We were going over some changes we want to make to our AI policy, and we were just talking through like for it to feel like we're using AI responsibly, we need to make sure the guardrails are there to make people review what it gives back, right? We don't want to just let it loose. Because a lot of people want to use just every tool they get their hands on. And at some point, you got to realize every tool you get your hands on isn't necessarily great. Yes, it might do something really cool, but it might also throw your data out in a place you don't want it to be. So, or it does something weird, or just there's some you prompt it wrong and it just totally destroys something that you didn't want it to destroy. We got to have a little bit of limitations to it. But when it comes to coding, I am still of the idea I want to understand what it's doing. And if I just put a generic prompt in here that's not specific to do a certain thing, and then I go review that and understand what it did and why it did it and tweak it myself and question it and everything, I feel like I'm not doing the proper due diligence on the output. But again, like I'm an older developer and I want to understand what I'm doing. So yeah, the whole my coworker said vibe code on the call I had with him today, and I was like, "Nah, I just want you to know you need to go wash your mouth out because that word is not allowed around here." Because I hate vibe code. That is just like, no. Do you get some output? Sure. Is it a quality enterprise application that I would deploy anywhere? Absolutely freaking not. I would not trust that further than I could throw it. It's just not. It's not there yet. AI is not there. I there are so many times that I have seen AI say something and then I question it and I say, show me your source for what you just said. And it comes back and goes, oh, wait, I was wrong. Here in the documentation, the official documentation, it says something different. Yep. Just simple things too, like simple stuff. And the other thing to note that I was mentioning today is that all these models are trained off of 2 to 3 year old data at this point. You're absolutely, yeah, exactly. And that's one of the things I have in my Claude markdown file for my users. Like, keep the fluff out of here, right? If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. If I call you out on something, just come back and correct it and do it. I don't want you to make me feel good about myself. I just want to get the job done, right? So, but it's trained on old data. Like, when I set up this project, for example, I was fighting with it because it was like, I'm going to put you on .NET 8 Core. I'm going to put you on Postgres 15. And I'm going to put you on, what was the other thing I was going to put, man? Another old version of something. I was like, those aren't the current latest long-term releases that I want to use. I want to use .NET 10 and I want to use Postgres 18. it argued with me saying that Postgres 18 didn't exist even after it said it went and looked at the documentation on Postgres' website. Like, are you blind? It literally exists and is the current long-term release. It's so, there are so many flaws in AI. It's a great tool, don't get me wrong. Like when the stuff I'm doing here, yes, it gets me 90% of the way there. But that last 10% still requires human to review it and make sure it's right and tweak it. It's not ready for just letting it go off and do its thing at all. Um, and I don't think it should have been released to the world the way it was released for everybody to be able to say ChatGPT is the new search engine for free. No, that was a mistake. But, like I said earlier, we learn from our mistakes. Sometimes you learn the hard way and you learn it better. Let's see. I also want to update the admin API for landblock retrieval to return both the region name and its coordinates and display them in the admin tool. So that should get that updated. So that'll be step one. I'm just going to hang on a second. Hang on. It says it's going to let it go. This was our original thing. Let me commit this and push it just so that I can see the diff of what it does. So initial creation of admin tool and first admin rest method. Get that committed. And that way I can see what it changes easier. And while it is doing that, I'm going to wait to see if it has any prompts for me right off the bat here. Might do a PowerShell prompt, but we'll see. I'm also glad. Does it still in the Linux CLI give you random words while it's thinking? Like prep, different verbs that it puts on there as it's doing stuff, or did they get rid of it like they did in the Windows UI where it doesn't do that anymore? It's a little more professional. That was annoying. I was just like, yeah, decombobulating. Yeah, it still does that. That's like, it's a neat little, it's like funny little flair, but it's just like it's unnecessary. To me, it's just wasting cycles. But all right, while that's doing that, I need to let the doggo out because he needs to pee. Otherwise, he's going to get angry at me. So let me do that while that's running, and I will be right back. Right. Pee has been extracted from his bladder. All right, so what we got here? That's true. I did not tell it what to start it with. I'm glad it picked 0, 0, because that's what I'd like it to be. That way we can go negative and positive. I do like that I've started this project from scratch and I've let Claude build and test, make sure things happen like they're supposed to. Eventually we'll get unit tests and all that stuff running, but it's nice because I don't have to worry about, okay, now let me go in there and do the Docker commands to bring it up to date and everything. I don't have to worry about all that crap. It just does it. So we added an XY int to region, unique X and Y index, matching existing pattern for land blocks. Alf, hey. Weird. Sleeping on the stand for my ring light on the green screen. Swear he's gonna knock that thing over one of these days. Let's see here. So got a migration for it. Now carries a region X, region Y alongside the existing region name. Populated include navigation. Yes, we already had that coming back. It just wasn't using the whole object. Properties, X and Y on the region row. What? I didn't run the migration against the live database since the sandbox has no Postgres instance. Squeeze me? You did it just fine before. Why not now? No Postgres instance, huh? What do you call this thing? Sometimes I feel like it just gets stupid for no reason. Yeah, it's definitely gonna run it. Is that a second? Only worth note flagging. I left region XY unpopulated for actual region generation logic. This only adds the columns following per your request. You build the actual region. Yeah, of course. What do you mean you left it unpopulated for there is no logic. That doesn't even make sense. Sometimes, Claude, you just confuse the hell out of me. All right. We will take that. It will come over here. This is not the right project. Let me get this out of here so I stop pulling it up. And come here. Mark, infra. Is this infra? Or is this just the... No, this is going to be above a level. I think. Because... This is it's going to be in server, I think. Because it needs this project. Yeah, it's going to be in server, not infra. It usually does this for me. I'm not sure why it's making me do this now. What? Why don't you think it's running? It's literally right here. It's the same image you built last time. Why? Why are you so annoying? The environment variable should be set unless it got lost somehow. That's going to be under. That'll be under infra. It hides it from this view on purpose because it's. But it should exist. Let's see. Code. Infra. Yeah, there's environment. Yeah, that's there. I don't care if you see the password. It's a local instance. I would never use that in production. Why are you unhappy? I'm just going to ask it. I'm not sure why you can't see the Docker container running or the defined Postgres instance in the environment file? Question mark? I'm Ron Burgundy? You didn't check. I know you didn't check because it's there. Okay, so then the question I'm going to pose to it is, yes, do the Docker compose. Oh, wait, it doesn't have the schema DTO. Well, yeah, you built it. What did you do? You applied the migration, so it better have the damn schema here now. Yeah, it's right there. What are you talking about? Are you on crack? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I want to add to your instructions to do this shit too. When followers, since DB is live, the running infrastructure one was built from the old image, so it doesn't have this schema DTO change yet. If you want the admin API, actually, I don't understand. Oh, the running server container. Oh, I misread that. Okay. Yeah. Why didn't you do that? Yes, do the Docker compose on the server. And when that is done, update the Claude markdown file to include whatever you need so you know this exists and to do all of this automatically in the future. You numbskull. It has been working, doing that automatically perfectly fine for the last month. And now today, all of a sudden, it's like, nah. Sometimes I just don't get it. All right, so blah, 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 blah. Update with new local dev environment section documenting the always on compose. It's not always on, but I turned it on before I start. Compose stack, container names, ports, port context data, mandatory 4-step checklist for future EF model changes, add migration, apply to the running containers database, Docker compose up, build the effective service, verify with a real request. There you go. It also flags supposed to not to assume no DB container exists without checking Docker PS first. Yes. Now let's see what it actually put in the CloudMD file. Where do it up here? Local dev environment. Full Docker is normally normally good, huh? That's right. Check Docker base for assuming it isn't there. Compose files. Environment credentials are there. Yep. Okay. Yes. That works. Now, will it actually honor that? Probably not. We'll see. Okay, so now if we look back here, that's a lot of changes for this little thing that we did. But so now we have region XY coming back in the land block detail response object. We have it getting set, or we have it getting returned in the results of the API. Because we're already getting the region back, so now we're just also including it in the results. Added to the entity for EF. In the world, we have the is unique on those columns for the entity. So that would have gotten pushed out to the database. It's the wrong one. This one. So up, it adds the X as an integer, the Y as an integer, and adds the index for it being unique. And down, it removes all that. So added that automatically, updated our context model here to add those for the state. We've got the admin tool now also has those two in the land block detail object. The view model got updated to make those observable. And the view itself got updated to not only show the name, but also the region X and Y. And that is going to be horizontally oriented. Got it. Cool. So now, if we run, probably don't have the right project selected. So this, go. Now we come down here. We get us a land block ID. There's only one region. I guess we could also look at this, and it defaulted them to 0, 0. So we have a 0, 0 XY coordinate now. So if we put this in here, we should get back all of that information. Yep, XY 0, 0. So now, excuse me, we can actually move forward with saying I move west or northwest, and it generates it. We do the generation of the queue. We create the queue item that is generated, that generates the land block, and we wait. Maybe I make this UI. That's what I could do. I could make it, the buttons say move if we have the adjacency set. If we don't, we can say generate, and then have a refresh button that refreshes, or just hit the load button again, and it would load it and update it with whenever it's set. The adjacency is updated, so we could do that. But before we do that, we need to we got to figure out where we're going to put queues for this stuff. So the way the scheduler works, that Quartz thing, is all of this was designed by Quartz. So it defines all their triggers. details of the jobs. Not a lot in here. Like this is the job that was registered. It's very much the scheduled job, not the actual thing the job is doing. So I don't know that this is the right place for it. You got a fish cracker, grats. So I don't know that it belongs in here unless I make it. I feel like that is that its own database? Do I really need to spin up another database for this? Or do I just put it in the scheduler as a queue? Maybe we just add queue tables to this database. Because it is the scheduler that's using it. It already has the context it needs, the database context to get all of this stuff. So we would just be adding more for that. Let's see. So that guy is the worker. So we're already registering all these different database contexts. Where is it registering? Oh, there's a scheduler. Okay, so this is all set in. This is not your normal dependency injection for database context. This is set inside of the quartz config. So that would not be accessible to Entity Framework. I mean, we can modify it to make it accessible, but I feel like that's probably not great idea. What would we call another database? Queues? I mean, it could just be called queues. That's all it is tables for different queues that the jobs look at. Because I'm trying not to use third-party tools. Like I don't want to go and say, well, I required you have an AWS SQS. No, because then then they have to have that to run it locally, to run it privately later. So I need to have my own queuing. I'm going to guess there is probably a queuing package I can use. That I don't have to invent. So similar to the quartz thing, this is just a NuGet package. There's probably something I can use for queues, just so I don't have to roll my own. I've rolled my own before, and it never ends well. There's always issues with it. I'd rather just use a proven queuing system. So let's come over here and just do a quick chat. I need to update these really quick because it told me last time I was not in phase 2 yet when I was clearly on phase 2 already. Yep. I need to create some queues for the quartz scheduler to use. Quartz scheduler to have jobs use. What are the best .NET 10 options for this without rolling my own implementation? Let's just see what it says, and then we will do some independent searching. This is different than its internal job store. I mean, I don't know that you quite understand what quartz is then, because quartz is triggers, but I'm going to have a job from quartz that triggers every, let's say, 10 seconds or 30 seconds or something like that. It says, do I have land blocks I need to generate? And if there are, it will run until they are all generated, and then it'll wait 30 seconds and check again. It's not travel timers. Travel timers, I don't know how many times I told it, travel timers are not going to be part of this. Travel timers are just going to be things that happen based off the timestamps. Worker tasks, yes, but we have to, I'm just have to give it some clarification. I don't think it really understands. Use your local. Yes, it's all the built-in retries and circuit breakers and dead letter handling. That's the kind of stuff that I don't want to build by hand. Proven ways to use this before. I've heard of Hangfire before. Have I heard of Wolverine? Jasper FX. It sounds somewhat familiar, but I know I've heard of Hangfire. Yeah, okay. 41.7 million downloads of Hangfire. That's a good number. Boring battle tested. I like that. Fire forget jobs, delayed jobs, retries. Yeah, I know. I don't get over this. Stop it. Let me clarify what quartz is used for and what Qs. QUEUEs. QUEUES. Yeah. I'm talking about here. Quartz is not for player travel timers, but is for Vitae Decay, offline school events and the like. It is also going to have a job that runs, say, every 10 seconds and checks if there are land blocks in a queue that need to be generated as part of that job. So the queue I am looking for is more of a FIFO queue that has retry in case something fails, etc. Doesn't need to be fancy. Can Quartz do that natively? Or do I need to use hang fire in place of Quartz because it also has queues? It's crystallizing. I just talked about that thing not doing that anymore, and then it does it. Piece of crap. Yep. Okay. What I actually want. What do I actually want? What do you think I actually want? Let's see. It's interesting. I already tentatively decided it in ADR. Very interesting. Quartz owns the cadence, one job on a simple scheduler, firing every 10 seconds. As opposed to the few broad triggers pattern. Quartz is right for this half. Yep. Queue itself is a plain table. Wait, Postgres has a queue table, or you're defining this said table. Am I really going to roll this myself again? maybe I'm overcomplicating it. Let's see. So, landmark generation queue, some serial number. Okay. Wait, big serial. What the hell is that? Postgres equal big serial. Convenient way to create an auto-incrementing column typically used for primary keys. It's an 8-byte integer that automatically... Oh, it's just a... Okay, I see. So it's a 64-bit integer that starts as 8 characters. Maybe it starts at 1. I don't know. The numeric type. So it's just weird. Oh, no, it starts at 1. Okay, so it goes from 1 to 32-bit max. Signed max. Unsigned. Signed? Unsigned. Signed. Max. Yeah, because this is signed. Okay, so this is the equivalent of what Microsoft SQL has, which you just say, I want an int and make it an uh, auto incrementing identity. This is that equivalent. Okay. I mean, I shouldn't get to this many regions because we've talked about that already. We shouldn't get there. Or land blocks. Land blocks should be the number of regions divided by 50, and still, yeah, we'll never get there. It'll be fine. Okay, so let's go back to Claude. What did it say? So land block XY, which we will know because we'll know what we want. Status is just text, pending process, processing failed, dead. Attempts, max attempts, next attempt at, last error text, created at. Okay. So then in courts, we just say update it, set status to processing where the ID is in, select that. Whatever ID, limit 20 for update, skip locked. Returning star probably just means return the entire record that it updated. Isn't rolling your own queue implementation in the risky sense? Skip lock is standard Postgres doing the hard concurrency work. You're writing maybe 40 lines. It's generally simpler and more. Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree, but I didn't know of this feature, so I want to learn more about that. This goes back to, yay, it gave me a solution, but I need to understand that solution. So I have a pending ADR. What pending ADR do I have? I didn't know I had any pending ADRs. This is an accepted ADR. I guess I could put the queue in the world database too, now that I think about it, rather than touching the courts design database. That feels like that's risky, especially if there's an update to it. Now, what is it talking about? I don't know that I have a pending one for that. It said I had something in there. I don't believe it. Pending at our Postgres job table. Let's look for this skip locked because there's no way I would have typed that myself ever, anywhere. Not found. Job table? Just job. How about job? There's a bunch of those in this one I can see, but yeah, it's just this guy. And this is all just the code for courts. Yeah. It's hallucinating something. Whatever it's smoking, give me some of that. Okay, so let me understand what this is doing. Does it explain down here what this is doing? Table as a queue, no extra if. Okay, so I want to learn what this does. I mean, limit 20. Oops. Hello? Limit 20, I'm guessing is basically doing like a top 20, I think. Unless that means, I think select top X is a thing in Postgres, though. Is it not? So let's point it to this. Select top. Oh, it's not. Oh, it is just limit then. Okay, so it is limit. Never mind. That's the top equivalent from SQL, Microsoft SQL. All right. So this is what I don't know. For update skip lock, I can intuit what it means, but I want to understand it better. My guess is this is an instruction saying, I don't know why I'm limiting top 20 here. I really just want one at a time. So this is probably telling the parent query you don't skip any that are locked, like they're being processed by a different thread or something. But I want to better understand that from Postgres's mouth, not from Claude. Mm, 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 mm. There we go. So for update causes the rows retrieved by the select statement to be locked as though for update. This prevents them from being locked, modified, or deleted by another transaction until the current transaction ends. That's kind of cool. That is, other transactions that attempt update, delete, select for update, select for no key, blah, 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 of these rows will be blocked until the current transaction ends. Okay. So for update means the select is basically doing an update. So it's saying if anything outside of my transaction touches these records, block it until this update is done. I'm guessing returning star is just returning the records that updated. But so for update, and then we're looking for skip. Skip isn't in here. So that's something else. That probably just means if it is locked by something else, skip it, just so we're not waiting on things. So skip locked. Okay, so there's where skip. Down here. All right, so here is skip locked. With skip locked, any selected rows that cannot be immediately locked are skipped. Skipping locked rows provides an inconsistent view of the data, so this is not suitable for general purpose work, but can be used to avoid lock contention with multiple consumers accessing a queue-like table. Note that no wait and skip locked apply only to the row level locks. The required row share table level lock is still taken in the ordinary way. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so what I thought it was doing. Now we just got proof of what it's doing. And then returning star, I'm guessing, is like the what Microsoft SQL does is you say insert into the inserted dot land block generation queue to get the inserted / updated the after the updates version of the records after that. So that's what I'm guessing that does. That's not going to be on this page. That's not what I was expecting. Feel like that's a different meaning somewhere. Search for that differently. So Postgres returning star. Postgres returning clause. Give me the source for your shenanigans here. There we go. Thank you. All right. It's useful to obtain data from modify rows while they're being manipulated. The insert, update, delete, and merge commands all have an optional returning clause that supports this. Yep. So that is like the thing I thought it was. Returning star. Okay. In an insert, the default data available to returning is the row as it was inserted. Makes sense. An update, the default is the new content of the modifying row. Is the content of the deleted row. And a merge. Now, can you change that? Can you say before? Like I know in SQL you can do before and after. This syntax for returning old new values available. Okay, so so you'd have to specify it out like this. I could probably do old dot star if you so choose, and new dot star. So that's how you get both. But by default, it just returns the new. Got it. Cool. All right, now we know. So yeah, I mean, I guess that works. That's the biggest problem I've always had with queues is things fighting each other for the same records, but this solves that. And this deals with the dead letter and failures, so. Okay. Well, I'm okay with that. I can get behind that then. We don't need a new package. So the one thing I wish it was easy to do is take this response in its entirety. I mean, you can, that copies that thing. You can copy the whole thing and give it to Claude Code, but which is easy just to say, hey, this conversation I had over here, take this. Okay, so I'm thinking I put the queue in the world database, the queue in whatever database makes sense for it to be in. I don't know, we're going to have a ton of these, to be fair. It's mainly going to be land block generation queues. So I don't see why we couldn't put that in world. Because in here, we've got our buildings. I don't see why it wouldn't go in here. Generate the land block. Okay, I think we do that. So again, so I know what changes. So this was getting the coordinates of the region in there, which we needed. So added coordinates for the regions for easier navigation and determining what regions exist where. Let's commit that. Okay. So now we want to add in this queue. And do I do this in one big step and have it add the queue and update the worker process to process this queue? Let's see, why not? Adding the table is trivial. The question is, is this adequate, this generation queue? Because we talked earlier, we know we need to specify land block. We also need to put in here what region it is. This doesn't say anything about region. Which makes sense. It doesn't know. So the queue would need to be what region is it in, and what's the XY of the land block that needs to be generated. And no, I don't think we have the person that queues it specify what land blocks are adjacent, because it's entirely possible that a work item, queue item before this changes what adjacent blocks exist. So I think it needs to be at the time it generates it. It then needs to go figure out which adjacent blocks there are and update their adjacency data, which isn't a big deal because now we have region coordinates and land block coordinates, so we can base everything off of coordinates rather than traveling around GUIDs to find which ones we need to update. Okay, so I mean, I can paste this in here, but I am going to have to note that this is not everything we have. So we need the land block X and Y. We need the region ID that it's going into. We need the, anything else we need? Probably need to put in there what land block, so the region and land block coordinates for the one that is triggering this. And the reason I do that, I say that, is because when we are moving, we're generating the subland blocks and the train types, we are looking at the surrounding land blocks to what they already have so that we kind of marry up those edges properly. Like, we don't want to have this, oh, there's all this grass, and all of a sudden it goes into ice. Like, that doesn't make sense. It could transition to ice eventually, and maybe there is a chance ice happens, because there is a tiny chance you can go grass to ice, right? Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. You don't want this, like, these weird edges that just don't make no sense. Like, I'm in the forest and going through the forest, and all of a sudden I'm on the South Pole. That doesn't make sense. So it needs to be proper transition. So we are taking the adjacent land blocks into account. But knowing which one triggered this to be generated, that tells us we need to base our generation off of that for sure. Now, if there's another land block on the other side of that already, from the one that we're generating, we'll take that into account. Like, this thing is going to have to, actually, now that I said it, doesn't really matter, because we need to go look up all the possible surrounding land blocks. So if we're filling in an empty hole, it still needs to go get all of the surrounding ones and use those in its generation. So, and kind of reconcile getting all of those to marry up together nicely in the middle. It may not be nicely. It may look horrendous, but it is what it is. So I don't know we need that. We'll gotta look that stuff up anyway in this process. And I think this queue, is 2 steps. First step is create the land block, put out there that all the associations, all the adjacency data, and then generate the sub land blocks inside of it based off of the now known adjacent land blocks. I'm just trying to think. I don't know how I can do this parallel, because if I have in the situation we described here, all three of these need to get generated. If I do these in parallel, the top of this bottom block may be generated completely different than the bottom of this middle block, and now we have that weird situation. And so you have to do these one at a time to keep things looking nice. There might be able to be some smarts in there to figure out which ones are adjacent to each other and do parallel processing. You could probably do something like that. Because we would know the region for all of the ones that we have to generate and the coordinates for all the ones we have to generate. And if they become adjacent to each other, then we can't do those in parallel. Those have to be sequential. But we might have another set that got generated the exact queued at the exact same time as a totally different region, totally different coordinates, or the same region but totally different coordinates. Don't even touch these. Then you can do those in parallel. There's going to have to be a little bit of smarts in there, I think, to do some parallel processing. I think if it's pure sequential, that becomes problematic. I think we have to have some way to do some parallel work. Yeah. Okay. But I think, aside from missing the region here, I think the rest of this is fine. But this is going to have more context to start with. Now, how's my session? You know, we're barely touching our session context. Okay. Next step is to add a queue where we add request for new land block generation. This will be monitored by a new job in the worker process in Quartz that fires every 5 seconds, we'll say, and just runs and the firing of the job runs until it finishes the queue and waits 5 seconds again. The queue will be in the world database. Below is a concept chat came up with, but we need to do it with the same standard naming and whatnot we already have. It also needs to including, where did that word come from? Include not only the new land blocks X and Y coordinates, but also the region ID that it belongs to. The worker trying to think how complicated I want to make this with the parallelism up front. we'll need to process. We'll see if Claude can figure this out. I can kind of figure it out in my head of like how I want the coordinates. I'd have to check the coordinates, but we'll see what it comes up with here. We need to process the worker need to process any land block requests that are adjacent to each other sequentially. So that the edges of the terrains line up properly when we get to sub land block generation. We can pick up queued items in batches, group them by regions and coordinates that are not adjacent, i.e. if the new blocks are in region 1 for 2 of them at 0, 0, and 0, 1, and a third in an adjacent region to region 1 and also adjacent to one of those two new land blocks, it would need to be grouped together and done sequentially. But if there are no common borders, we could do them in parallel if we need more performance. A big IE. Oh well. So conversation with Claude Chat, paste. Let's do this plan mode first, because this could get ugly if we don't. All right. We're also just on Sonnet Medium, so it's not like we're going to get the greatest of responses, but I'm trying not to blow out my usage since I'm just a pro plan. I don't have my nice big usage like I do at work. Trying to make this game on the cheap. That's why I'm using free Postgres and free Docker images and free Visual Studio Community, and everything Godot is free. So trying to do this cost effectively for me for something that may never make me a dime, and I don't want to put thousands of dollars into it. 3 parallel, my brain is not reading. Parallel explorations. Quartz worker setup in the worker, the world data model, and any existing generation logic, and ADR decision docs for prior art on the job queue pattern. There is no prior art, and it's not art. I'll wait for these. Okay. And the landlocked generation is fully green field, waiting on the other 2 explorations. Records expression confirmed single heartbeat job pattern to follow, flat program registration, or empty scaffolding. This will be the first real Dapper usage in the project. Still waiting on ADR. I don't know what you're looking at ADRs for, but okay, whatever. I don't know what you're going to find there. See, I don't have to be up early tomorrow. I had an 11-hour day today. I don't think I have to be up early. Nope. So many notifications. Oh, June 24th. I don't know how my days are planned before the day even starts. It's not meetings either. It's like, I'm going to need this today. I'm just now telling you about. All right. No, it's still working. I thought it was done. Never mind. We wait for the agent to finish. All right. I don't think we need our paint diagram anymore. Although I should have saved that as an artifact for throwing Discord. Uh, let me get that out of there. We're done with that over there. Okay. Think faster. Sometimes this shows some user folders. Hang on. Let me see what this says in here. That bit doesn't. So making our background worker service with quartz ADO job store markdown file. We got some of it. Oh, this is, never mind. That's just the ADO that we already have. Never mind. It just read the existing file. What am I thinking? Yeah, okay, we'll get some stuff here. I think if I expand, let me double check. I think if I expand some of these, we get some folder structures that I don't really need to show. Yeah, I'll leave that out. We'll get the high level stuff. Verifies weird things. But I mean, I guess it's trying to get style right too, and what it gives me, which I can appreciate. I remember early on at the company I'm at now, we were really small and we had lots more time than we have now for things. I would be doing some of the code reviews and I'd be the stickler for following our style coding standards. And they'd hate me. I'd be like, this isn't formatted right. We don't do this. So I can appreciate that. All right, so it's creating the plan now. Basta. It's okay, bud. Come here. I know you don't like noises. I get it. You don't have to get so upset, though. It's okay. No. Come here. It was just a single noise outside, boy. You're going to survive, I promise. Don't sneeze at me. All right, here's our plan. Let's see, what do we got here? The cool thing is, like, I can select this and comment and give feedback as I go. All right, here's our con. See if I got our context right. Here's a mechanism that actually expands the world beyond the manually seeded starting grid. Oh my God, Alf, you're disgusting. It's a ton of licking you just did there. You're so weird. Durable queue of generate land block, region XY, request drained by a background job. Requests can arrive faster than they can be safely processed, must survive a worker restart mid-batch. And because subland block terrain generation not yet built, will need to blend terrain across shared edges. Land blocks that are 8 directionally adjacent to each other cannot be generated fully independently without risking one side resolving adjacency data against a world snapshot that doesn't yet include its neighbor. That's not the reason. 8 directionally adjacent. It's basically saying, it's what it said, like it's looking at the land block I'm going to generate. Are there any others? Let me think about that statement it made again. No. It doesn't make sense. Cannot be generated fully independently without risking one side resolving against the world snapshot that doesn't yet include its neighbor. That's not true. We can't generate, if we have a request for adjacent land blocks all in the queue and they haven't been generated yet, that does bring up the problem of, well, if I force, let's say I pick up a batch of 20, and if I wait till they're all done and committed before I go pick up another batch of 20, then this is not a problem. So in that batch of 20, we cannot parallel process land blocks that are adjacent to each other. And let me think. There is a chance that multiple get in that queue for the same request. Like you have multiple players hit it at the same time and it requests them all. I think adding to the queue, we're going to have some smarts to not duplicate it up. And the first wins, right? But in the batch that we pick up, we should be able to determine are the blocks that we're going to generate in this batch, are any of them adjacent to each other? Those cannot process in parallel. If it is, wow, Alf, hi. Hi. Need some head scratches? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I shouldn't have closed that paint. If we have a block here, one block, it skips a block and another block in the same batch, those can be parallel because they're not touching each other. I got a dog hair in my mouth now, Alf. Are you falling asleep staring at me? You're so weird. um, but if they touch, they can't be done in parallel because they need to know what its neighbor generated as first. They can't generate independently because they could generate weird borders between them. That's what we're trying to avoid. I think it's a simpler problem than maybe the way I described it originally. I think. Let's see. What did I say originally? If the new blocks are in region 1 for 2 of them, well, I described the more complex thing in that you could have a row of 3 that you have to generate, and 2 of them are in one region at the top right corner, and the third one is the bottom left corner of another region, right? Or the top left corner of another region, right? Those, you have to take that into account. Like those 2 regions are adjacent, which means those 2 blocks are also adjacent. Not just because they're in the same region and they're adjacent. You have to look cross region. That was what I was getting at there. What it described there is not what the problem is. Although it describes it correctly in the next sentence. So this plan adds that queue, a quartz-driven worker job that drains at every 5 seconds, and the adjacency-aware batching the user specifically asked for. Sequential within a connected group of adjacent requests, parallel across unconnected groups. So it got that right. But that other sentence don't make no damn sense. I don't know. I don't know what that sentence. I'm trying to think how that fits into the picture, because it really doesn't. It doesn't have anything to do with it resolving adjacency data against a world snapshot that doesn't yet include a snapshot. The whole point of this is to generate land blocks that don't exist yet. And you're going to have stuff where you have no adjacency data. It may not affect this end result, but it is troubling. All right, scope boundary. Adjacency wiring only considers sibling land blocks within the same region. No, I literally described not that. No, not out of scope here. The last sentence is right, like we're not generating the subland block stuff. But hooked on a feeling. Let's see. While there is no definition of this yet, regions will always be perfectly aligned. Top left corner land block of a region is always next to the top right corner land block of the adjacent region, for example. The region should be created before the land block is queued to generate. And we will know from the coordinates on the region if it is adjacent to the region of other land blocks being generated in the batch. This is critical to understand, so please update your plan and explain what you think I just said. That's one note. Okay, so then I don't know if I want to review the rest of this stuff, but we can look at some of this. So the land block generation request. Pendings. This is an enumeration. Yeah, that's fine. Pending processing completed failed. Do we want to explicit status of dead? Anyway, so we got the ID of the request, the region ID for the land block, the X and Y for the land block. The land block generation request status is that enumeration, so that's fine. It defaults to pending. Attempt count, max attempts, next attempt at, defaulting to now. the last error, when it was created, when it was completed, and the whole damn region. I mean, this is the entity, so it's relating the region to this region ID. That's why that's there. Okay, that's what I'm looking at. So I think that works. Yeah, I mean, we do strings for our enumerations just so it's easier to read. Could be the int, but then I got to go reference what that means, and that's annoying. Yep, exactly. EF configuration migration, we'll add this. I mean, all this stuff is just generic, needs to do it. Yeah, this index makes sense. Find me the ones that are pending, that are due. Do that. Defaults attempts to 0, max to 5. Created a next attempt are defaulting to the now. Defaults to pending there. Index on the region ID XY, and it has to be unique. Has a filter for status of pending and processing. Blocks duplicate in-flight request for the same coordinate without blocking a legitimate future re-request after completion/failure. If it completed, we will never regenerate. That is the whole point of this, is that it's persisted. Now, I say that, but there is a world where something goes really funky with a region and I want to regenerate it. But I don't want it to be the normal course of action. I kind of feel like maybe we should have this add a flag that is admin override. And that's if that is true, that's the only time it can override an existing generated land block. I don't want it to insert it just because there's a weird timing issue that it completed it as another player said, oh, I need to generate this land block because it hasn't been generated yet. And it inserts that right after it completes it, but it hasn't been marked completed yet, so it doesn't see that as a problem, and it puts it in there and it then regenerates it, right? I don't want that to happen. That can't happen. So it can only be on failure that it's allowed. And I think we need to have a flag that says admin override that I can trigger from the admin tool to force it to regenerate it, even though that's not the norm. I don't think we want to allow a re-request after a successful generation. This could introduce weird timing issues if a request to generate comes in right before this gets marked, or comes in right after this gets marked complete, but the server didn't think it was complete yet. We should have a way to force this, but via admin use only. So maybe have a bit that is admin override or something of that sort, that the admin tool can set, and then and only then, if the job picks up the request and detects the land block is already successfully generated, it will regenerate it. That needs to be a thing. Foreign key regenerate undelete. So if a region gets deleted, delete. It's never going to happen, but okay, that's fine. I'm not going to not enforce that, I guess. I was going to do all that stuff to generate it. The Dapper query for. Okay, so this is in the getting the work items. So select the ID from the land block generation request where it's pending, and the next attempt is less than or equal to now, which is UTC by default. Or it's based off of the column itself. Order by next attempt at, limit the batch size, skip locked records, update it, setting it to processing, attempt count to the number attempt count. Attempt count equals attempt count equals the attempt count plus 1 from this claim. So this is actually a CTE in Postgres, huh? Okay. Where the ID is the claimed ID and return the ID, the region, the XY, the attempt count, and the max attempt. Yeah, because the rest of that stuff does not matter to the job. Good. It actually limited what it returned. It just didn't do a star. I like it. What it's supposed to do. Okay, that makes sense. Failed. So status case when attempt count is greater than or equal to max attempts, then failed, else pending. And max set next attempt equal to now plus the interval seconds. The least power of wait. The smaller of 300 seconds or 2 to the power of attempt count. Am I reading that right? Or am I just saying that? So if attempt count is 1, it'll wait 2 seconds. Am I reading that right? Does this function mean the power of 2 to some number or this number squared? Those are totally different numbers. No, not power loss. Power function. It's going to be like a math expression. It's finding everything with function in it now. Wait. Resource consumption, no. Let's do math functions. Least. Let's find least. If we see least, the power will probably be near it. Yeah. Conditional expressions. Greatest and least. Largest, smallest value from the list of any number of expressions. Yeah, okay, so we're in the general vicinity here. Didn't get me where I wanted to get, though. Postgres. Oh, wow, it's way too much copied. I'm just going to type it because now let me select it. Postgres power to. There we go. Value of one number raised to the power of another number. So 2. 3 raised to the power of 2. Okay. So it's saying, that's what I thought it was going to be. So attempt 1 means it's going to raise it 2 to the power of 1. So there's a 2 seconds wait. Attempt 2 is 4 seconds. 3 is 8. 4 is 16. And 5 is going to stop. So what is 300 here for? That seems excessive. It'll never use that number. Unless I set max attempts to like 100 or something. And then it would. I guess that's what it's getting at. It'll never go over waiting for more than 5 minutes. I guess that's fair. All right, the Dapper Wrapper. Dapper Wrapper. Generate this thing. Fixed arity row value in list avoids composite array binding pitfalls with Dapper. Okay, that's fine. This sort of makes sense, but we told up here that that is not true. We have to look at the region as well. This is all going to get changed. I mean, this is really just getting the adjacency data for this particular thing, so I think that's okay, but adjacency data can span region. See previous comment about parallel processing as well. Centralizes the direction table is currently only in line in the seed migration as used by both the repository and the jobs. Look at that a little closer when it actually happens. Plan and memory union found. And then there's our quartz job. I really wish when I could make this wider, but it just does weird word wrapping otherwise. And I also, they have not fixed that. No, you cannot select code and comment on it this way. You have to do it over here. I don't know why. It's just more text, but it doesn't let you. But anyway, so we can try and read this with a weird wrapping. Okay, so this is the actual method for the job. That's way too big of a batch size. That's fine. We can tweak that later. I think it needs to be really configurable, I think. That's one thing we don't really have yet in our database now that I think about it, is we don't have like system settings or something in our definitions table, because this is kind of where we put all of our settings for how things are defined. We maybe just need like a I don't want to call it miscellaneous settings because that turned into a nightmare when I did that last time 15 years ago on a project. I want to do that again. But I feel like there's got to be some place where we store things like that, like batch sizes that we want to, so we can tweak that on the fly. I'm just going to make a note of it. I can't make a note of it there. Firings must not overlap while drain is in progress. This job can run long, unlike heartbeat. Yeah. No. Independent components run concurrently via task when all. Items within one component run sequentially, so each generation step sees the previous one's committed sibling rights. This is what edges line up requires structurally, even though the terrain content generation that will actually consume it doesn't exist yet. Yeah. So, in general, the task executes, and while true, love those, we claim that batch size. If it's 0, we break out of the while loop and we're done. Otherwise, we group them into components. So there's going to be, do I see that method here anywhere? No, I don't see that here anywhere yet. But that'll be in one of these guys somewhere where we're going to group them into batches. And then each one of those gets processed independently like this. This is horrible to read with his word wrapping here. But I want to make it. There's no really good place to select that here, so I'm going to put it here. On the worker job, it seems like we should make that batch size configurable somewhere, and I'm not sure if that is something we store in the database and pull dynamically that way, or just an app setting at runtime that can be changed. Just thinking about scaling, and if we need one instance of the job doing 500 batch size, or if we really need 5 instances of the job doing 100 batch size, or something like that. Wait, it took the whole thing and said I was done. I wasn't done, but whatever. We'll let that go. I mean, let's see, all the rest of this stuff is so it did pick up to do admin API stuff. This may not be right. And then all the Docker compose up and checks and everything. So it's building some tests to try it out to see if it works. This won't work. These are using coordinates that 51 and 52 don't work. It's 0 to 50, 51 total width. And I'm gonna have to specify that too, so it understands that too. Okay. So we got a few more. We'll see how it does with this feedback, and then we will drive it down a little bit different path as well on understanding the size of regions, because those aren't valid coordinates. Those should fail. I mean, it's a valid test to make sure it fails as not a legitimate coordinate. I'm okay with that test. You do need negative tests, so, but those are the only tests it's doing. For cross regions JC to work, I need a fixed region size. I know. We've established that, but you're just not reading it. Land blocks per region on each axis. Start region was seeded as 51 by 51, local X and Y 0 to 50. Is that the permanent global region size every region will use? So a land block at local X equals 50. Your region RXRY is always adjacent to local X. I literally said that. I literally said that yeah. Yeah. This is the one that I'm not picking because it's way too complicated. Variable sizes, because that is like a whole lot more math. It's not a different, it is 51 by 51 for every region. And then batch size for the drain loop and how far to plan for multiple solar replicas. Right now, there's actually one worker container and Quartz isn't configured for clustering. Scheduler ID is a fixed string, no use clustering call. So running a second replica today would have both instances independently firing the trigger every 5 seconds, which needs its own decision later. How do you want a batch size handled for this task? We can do a static app config. What does it talk about that? Batch size from the config. That's what I'm going to say, but it seems fair. Dynamic database store settings, story batch size in a small settings table, red, fresh. Each job execution can be tuned live without a restart. New pattern for this code base, no using dynamic settings table, more moving parts for a value that doesn't need to change often. It's true. And this is something, this worker thing, it getting restarted isn't the end of the world. Would it display maybe a little lag on something for a second while it's down and coming back up? Maybe. Like you might see your Vitae not drop for a second longer than it should have. Whatever. Nobody's going to care. I think eventually we do the follow up and make it clustered so that we can do multiple at once and not have any downtime. But that's a whole other ball of wax. Yes, we'll stick with this guy for now. All right, so now that it has that 51 by 51, hopefully it's smart enough to look at these requests and go, nope, those aren't going to be valid anymore because we're never going to go beyond that. We'll see how it adjusts these tests, because these tests really show what it's thinking, and it's clearly not thinking correctly yet. Well, we have gone down a rabbit hole today, which is good. I knew there was going to be a lot of these, getting the base of the game working. This is not simple. It seemed simple in my head, and it still seems simple compared to other things I've worked on in the past, but it's definitely not just a straight easy thing to make. I'm trying to make a vision of mine come to life, and my brain is not something you want to be exploring around inside of. It's weird. And the good thing is, there's not a lot of games coming out in the near future that I'm really itching to play. There's a couple this year. I already own them because I bought them in early access, expecting to play them. There's not a lot. So we'll be doing a lot of this, I think, this year. I'm gonna make some good progress on our game. All right, let's see. Here's what I understood from your feedback and how I incorporate cross-region adjacency. Regions tile a fixed grid using the region XY we added earlier this session. Yep. With each region holding a fixed 51 by 51 land block grid, seamlessly abutting its neighbors, confirmed by you. Yeah, not just static, not a seed artifact. The land block at local X50 in region RXRY is the same physical edge as local X0 in region RX plus 1 RY. No gap. Regions must already exist before land blocks in them are queued. Region auto generation is separately out of scope. Yeah. I handle this by converting every region ID local XY into a single continuous global coordinate. Region.x times 51 plus local x. Hold. Let me read that again. Region.x. Oh, I see. So it's taking the x value of the region times 51 plus the local x just to have a number to figure out if the thing next to it is adjacent. Interesting way to do it. Not something I would have been doing some other weird. I might have ended there, but I would have been doing all kinds of weird stuff to get there. But that makes sense. Because if your region X is 0, for example, and your local X is 50, then it ends up being 50, and your Y is also, let's say your Y is 50, so your bottom right corner, for example. Y is 50, so it's 50-50. The next region over, if your X is 1, so you've gone up to the east 1, X is 1, then region dot 1 times 51, that bottom local X is 0. So now that is 51, comma, and the Y is still the same Y because it's 51. Is it? The region Y is still 0. It's not 1. That didn't change. You're still at 0. So it's still the same Y. So that makes it so that you know exactly. It's like, did it say this? Yeah, global coordinate system. It literally said what I was just going to say. It's just a global coordinate system for every land block. So I inadvertently designed that. See? I knew what I was doing. I knew I needed the X and Y on the region. I just didn't do the math like this simple math there does it. So that makes it super easy to know what's adjacent to each other at that point, because you use this math on every single request and you know exactly what's adjacent and what isn't. That collapses. Is this a cross-region edge into a plane plus or minus 1 neighbor check? Yep. Used identically by both the adjacency data wiring and the batches connected component grouping. Yep. Smart. It's just math. I mean, I don't want to give it too much credit for a simple math that I just didn't think of off the top of my head immediately. No silent regeneration after success. Change the uniqueness rule. A completed request now permanently blocks ordinary re-enqueued for that coordinate, not just while pending and processing. Closing the race you flagged. Added an admin override bit that's exempt from the uniqueness check. When the job picks up an override request against a coordinate that already has a generated land block, it recomputes and patches that row's adjacent data in place instead of inserting fresh, no delete / recreate. Wait. It replaces that row's adjacency data in place instead of inserting fresh, no delete / recreate, since future sub land block rows will foreign key to it. Let me read it. I'm trying to understand what it's saying. It recomputes. What is it recomputing? There's nothing to recompute unless it's just saying, I'm going to go validate the adjacency data. That's all I can think it's doing there. Because really what's going to happen is once we do the future subland block stuff, it's going to regenerate all of that. That's really what it is. Because this request isn't just to make the land block. This is to make the land block and its subland blocks. It's just we're not doing the second half yet. For your call, it's a static per worker instance config. Not database stored. I flagged multi-replica scaling as a separate real follow-up decision. Course is configured for ADO job store clustering today. So running a second worker, yeah, this needs its own decision like its own ADO before you actually scale out, yeah. Okay, so let's go back up in the notes that we made. So it does figure out this stuff. It did make an update here about that. Okay, so there's our global coordinate at that point. Which that number is going to get big. So I'm curious what data type it puts there. Because that number could potentially become the max 32-bit int times 51 plus the max 32-bit int. So 52x the max 32-bit int. So it has to be the 64-bit int that it goes into. We'll see what if it figured that out. Once a global coordinates, is this an edge? This appears every neighbor is just global x plus or minus 1, global y plus or minus 1, converted back to that via floor division by 51. Pure domain math with no IO, so it belongs in core. And then buried in data worker project is exactly the kind of reusable piece. Yeah, we will be using that a lot for sure. Correctness note for implementation. C#'s divide truncates towards 0, not floor. To region local must use a proper floor division. Region coordinates go negative in an infinite world, for example. Yes. So it does need the floor. I am curious what that made global X and Y in these. We'll see. Now this thing, does this do anything? No, it doesn't exist. Okay. Region preexistence is a hard precondition, not something this task builds. Per the user, the region a land block request targets must already exist before the request is queued. Region auto generation on discovery is a separate, larger feature. It says out of scope here when resolving a neighbor's target region, and it doesn't exist. Well, it's not that large, but it does need to happen. We're kind of building this out of order now that I'm thinking about it and not doing the region. So we'll do that very quickly after this because we can't really test without it. That neighbor slot is simply left null in adjacency data. Exactly how not yet generated same region sibling is already handled. Validate the given region exists. 400 if not as a cheap guard, but does not create regions. Scope binder that stays true from before. Generation here means creating a land block row and correctly wiring it to existing siblings, same region, or cross region, both now handled. Not sublet and block train contact, which remains future phase 2 work. Yes. Okay. All right, so now we've got the same table with an admin override Boolean on it. So that all works. And these are ints, and that's fine. That was already there. Duplicate request prevention. A successful complete generation must permanently block ordinary requests for that coordinate, not just while the original request is in flight. Close the race where a duplicate in queue lands in the gap right after completion. Failed requests do not block a fresh future. Oh, period. The failed requests do not block a fresh future request. That's a legitimate retry path. Admin override requests are exempt from the uniqueness check since they're deliberate, low-frequency admin only forcing action. Okay. So it's going to put that on the unique index to make sure that that is true. That's a nice complex one where status is one of these three, has to be unique, and admin override is false. Interesting. If it matches the filter, if failed row falls out of the filter, never conflicts with anything. Right, true also falls out of the filter, never conflicts, can always be reinserted. Exists, normal insert path as before. Exists, requests, and that's true, then recomputation from the current sibling, same, cross-region, update the existing rows place. No delete, recreate since future that, then repatch neighboring siblings, mark request complete. Okay. Exists false, defensive no op, shouldn't happen. Given unique index, but guards against a manually inserted row bypassing the API. Yep. We already looked through all these stuff. This stuff doesn't change. All that stuff. Okay, so here's our world geometry. Look, hey, it knew. It made them longs. Look at that. That math is gonna make them longs, so you have to. So this method, so we got a static to global and the static to region local. And obviously they're not implemented there, but they do long, so that's good. Some of this is hard for me to picture with just this description, but obviously we're going to review every single bit of this once it's created. These are our raw SQL constraints. I don't think this changed. No, that didn't change. So the generate line block async runs on a single transaction. So compute the globals. For each of the 8 directions, compute the neighbor's global cores and convert back to region local. Collect the distinct pairs touched on a region plus up to 3 more for a corner cell. Yeah. Yeah. Because a corner block would have, say it's the southeast corner, you'd have the east, the southeast, and the south are all different regions that are adjacent to it. So, and then 3 more, then 1, 2, 3, 3 regions, but it would technically be up to 5. It would be 5 land blocks, and then you got 3 more in the same region. With resolved neighbor region IDs in hand, look up existing land blocks at those things. Triples in one query using a fixed area row. Yeah, so it's the same. Triples. Okay, not verb, noun triples. Check whether it already exists at that request. At this request own. Okay. Sounds reasonable. I mean, once I see it in code, it'll be easier to make sure. But that sounds reasonable. What it's doing. I'm just not a big. This is that probably fine. Port's job is very similar to what it was before. Nothing really new there. So this wires up the job and the worker. That's fine. Admin API. And queue land block generation request. Admin override false. So post land block generation request. Validates region ID exists. If not, yeah. Gets the status of the most recent 200 optional status filter. We'll see what it's in the admin, so I can see there being some weird calls we make in there, whatever. Now let's see. So end to end against the rebuilt containers per quad. So 2 mutually adjacent requests, 1 connected component processed sequentially. This isn't valid. Still doing X is 52. I'll have to make a note of it. I don't think it's going to let me do this. No. Use coordinates outside the seeded. Oh, wait, it's actually telling me to. Okay, use coordinates outside the seeded 0 to 50 grid. Example X equals 51. So the request genuinely exercise new row creation against real existing siblings. Cross region wiring can't be verified yet since only one region exists. Note this is a known verification gap, not a defect until a second region is created. No. Skip this verification because we should never try and create a land block in a region with an X or Y coordinate above 50. Should probably have a check in there in the queuing, QUEUEING, yes, of the job or of the request or at initial processing. Market failed. Before we fully test this, we will be implementing the region creation as it is fairly simple. So maybe let's hold off on all the verification steps while I review the output of this, and we'll tack on a region creation before doing a full verification or a full test. Gonna update decision documentation, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Okay. So we'll revise that. That shouldn't take too long for it to figure out. When did it come? Oh, it just didn't show the blue there for some reason. That's a bug. Like, when did it compact my conversation? I didn't see it do that. Next step is the fluffy flask. I love the temporary markdown file names it comes up with. It's the same thing as like the whole discombobulating and stuff like that. It's just totally random words. Okay, so I didn't even notice it had 2 4s last time. It picked up on that and I didn't. So updated DB check constraint plus admin point 400 plus jobs had defensive fail and replace the full end-to-end verification with the build plus migrate plus clean container startup only. Step deferring functional testing until region creation lands since that's needed to actually exercise cross-region wiring. Yeah. That's all the same. And then this is deferred. Okay. Okay. What time is it? 9:20. God, I gotta get going. I will accept this and put it on auto and let it do its thing. I'm not going to have time to let it finish doing its thing and validate it on stream tonight. But I will get this and then we'll do this again. I think Thursday because tomorrow I've got. Let me check the weather because the weather is the important aspect of what I'm about to say for here. Yeah. So I got to do some lawn work tomorrow afternoon while it's not raining before it rains the rest of the week. So, country roads. Yeah. We won't be doing streaming tomorrow, but Thursday we'll do another one and pick up not necessarily where I left off right now, but wherever I get to with because I'll probably piddle at this a little bit tomorrow night as well, just to kind of keep moving. But we'll review everything and in a quick summary and then keep moving. So it seems like it might already be done though, because it's doing its migrations. Maybe we have time to do this. I thought that was going to take a little longer, but it doesn't look like it's going to. Let's see what the git changes show already. So it's already got changes to the core and the data. So the database. Yeah, we had it at the Q table, so now it's working on the you can watch it in real time do what it's doing. We can watch in real time what it's doing over here too, but maybe this won't take that long. Maybe we'll hang out a second just to see what it looks like in the end. I don't even know it's was done with my playlist long. I don't even know what it's playing right now. It's just has gone into some playlist somewhere in somewhere playing country roads. The one that I had up was only 2 hours long. It's been playing something else for the last 2 hours. I don't know what it's doing. It's just like playing random stuff. Let's see how we doing. So it's getting the job created now on the worker. Interesting that it does it in alphabetical order. Wonder if that's intentional or just happens to be that way with this change. I mean, it does have to add the core first and then do the database stuff and then use the database stuff in the job. I mean, it's still got to update the API, which is going to be above that in the API. So, nah, I think it just happened to be looking alphabetical. I guess we can start looking at some of this stuff. So, like this guy, this is an ad. This is our land block generation request entity for the table. So that all looks reasonable. Yeah, see now it's doing the API up there. And then we have just in our core a thing that calculates, which is cool. I like that. 2 global, 2 regional for world geometry. So let's look at the actual code it did. So 2 global, I absolutely hate this format. I know it's valid. I am just prefer the normal looking methods like this with curly brackets, but I know it's valid. So it takes the region X as a long, and it has to do that, otherwise it will stay a 32-bit and then it will overflow. So we have to say one of these is actually a long so that when it does the math, it stays a long. Times the grid size, which is 51, plus the local X that was passed in, and the same thing for Y. So that makes sense. Back the other way is we divide this by the region size and floor it rather than round it. And the same thing for the Y. So that gets us back to the region X and Y. So that's basically taking this global X and saying, doing the reverse to get to here. And then to get the local X, we take the global X that we passed in minus the region we calculated times the land block grid size converted to an int. So I think that works. We'll find out when it works, if it worked or not. And then it's doing the floor divide to say divide it and then also get the remainder and then do all kinds of crazy shit here in one line. Again, I hate the look of this because it's like, dear God, try to read that. When R is not equal to 0, and R is less than 0, not equal to V is less than 0, then Q minus 1, otherwise Q. It's so... I mean, it does put it up here. C sharps divide triangle. A true floor division is required. Example, -1 divided by 51 must be -1, not 0. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's that guy. I'm guessing it's done. Yep. All right, so then in our world, we've got our data configuration. This is the configuration for the database to set all the indexes and properties and whatnot. So that all looks reasonable. It's adding it to the full configuration of it now. That's why it's just a new section. Database context now knows about that new table. And then, nope, this one. This is the up and, wait, no, I did have the right one. This guy. We have the up. It creates the new table with all that settings. We already validated. And all of these constraints. Creates the indexes. And down it drops the table. And here is new. So this is some queries that we need. So we've got some of these already. So if we go back to here, I think we've got some of these in world. Maybe in world. I guess we might have them in world. But queries, migrations, queries. I guess we don't. So queries are not entity framework based queries. So you can't accomplish this with entity framework. You have to do this manually. And the way to do that is you define those static queries like this. With variables that you can then do replacements on to get to pass in values. So that's how you do the manual query. You just define them and then you use them later. If we go back to the get changes, world adjacency. Oh, this is just defining stuff. Okay. Oh, okay. So this is defining. Oh, I see. Defining how you define adjacency. So an adjacent thing, opposite directions is north and south. And this determines what changes about the X and Y when you do those. So when you go southwest, you subtract 1 from your X and you add 1 to your Y. So that's what that's doing. Interesting. And then what are we looking at here? This is land block generation, or it's a repository. So this is the opens the connection. So like for generate land block async, this is the actual work being done. So I'll need to look at this more. I'm too about to fall asleep tonight to verify all of this. Need to make sure all of this stuff meets my security requirements to avoid SQL injection. I think it does because of the way it's putting stuff in there, but I want to make sure because I had to learn how to avoid that with entity, and that I thought I put stuff in the Claude markdown file to say this is how you must do it to avoid SQL injection, but my brain isn't remembering what the correct way was anymore. This looks like it, but I want to make sure. This is the actual database side of what the job's going to do. So the different bits it needs to get and set the data. And that's a lot more complicated code than I want to read right now. I want to do this tomorrow night. So we'll do that tomorrow night off stream so I can figure it out. This guy is the actual, let's start at the top level here. So the program, we've added some references, whatever. We've added a new data source. Whatever. Yeah, see, I mean, this is part of that ADR was how we use world gen rights because we want to be faster than any framework can go. Any framework works decently performance wise, but it's not as good as just saying just do this specific query. It has to do a lot more work to do it. All right, so now it's getting the batch size out of there. And then here it's scheduling the job for every 5 seconds. So that if it did everything it was supposed to do, I should be able to go into here and under the schedule, I already have it open on add job. If I refresh this, we have a second job now for land block generation that defines what class to run when that job runs. And is non-concurrent. So if the 5-second trigger goes off and this thing takes 5 minutes to run, it's not going to trigger another one until this job finishes. Then it waits 5 seconds and does it again. So that's set that way. That's where the job is. And then we've got this is just a simple trigger, I think. So yeah, it'll be in here. 5,000 milliseconds on the interval. And it's been run 112 times already because the thing is already running back here. It's already updated the container for the worker and it's already doing it. I should, if I come into here, well, it's showing me the heartbeat, but we don't have any write output for the other job. We'll get rid of this. Yeah, I think the heartbeat job's not. I say we'll get rid of the heartbeat job when I know for a fact having a heartbeat is very useful to know your shit is working. If you don't have a heartbeat, it might just be sitting there doing nothing and you have no idea. So that's running in the background. But yeah, so that schedules it, and it's obviously running because it's run 112 times already. And then what do we got here? Not a big file. This is the actual job. This is the adjacency grouping calculation. Good Lord, I'm going to have to take some time to read this. This is the stuff I knew was going to get complicated, was figuring out all these coordinates and math and crap. So that's, I want to know what this does, because if something's not right, I want to know how to tweak it and not just have to rely on, hey, Claude, you wrote this. I don't know what the hell it does. Can you fix it? I want to know what it does. So. And this is the actual job, which I also want to spend time looking at. So it's going to have, when the task executes, it's going to do that. We kind of read through this already, actually. This is kind of higher level. This bit of it is like, this is doing the grouping and everything. So we've got, this calls the grouping thing here, grouped into components. So this is what's doing that. So I need to understand that. And then it processes them by group here. So these components, task went all, so it's going to select the set of components and do them one at a time. And then the process is in here, and this is actually using the method over in that we built in the core. That's F11. That's not F12. There we go. This is in the data repository. So that is this guy here, Landmark generation repository. So this is where it actually generates Landmark. So yeah, this is the meat of the job. It's not in the worker, it's just in the library that the worker is using. So that's good. Keeps it out of there. So yeah, so this is the meat and potatoes. I got to really understand what it's doing. So And then on the API side, I should have added a new endpoint. I don't know that they're all exactly what I want them to be yet, but we'll clean that up as we get there. So it added, well, this is the actual definition. Yeah, so we already had, not shown here because we have a couple things. So this is the new request response for generate land blocks. So region ID XY and admin override, and this is the response for it. It basically returns what we queued is what that's returning. And then, so this is a post of what we just saw there for the request. And it returns what it got. And then we can also query it. They added a get here that says, give me the most recent one that was queried in the results. So from an admin perspective, that works because I would do one and I want to see the results of it, but it doesn't work in the real world because what I put in there as a request isn't necessarily the most recent one. Unless, yeah, no, I mean, this would have to say, pull the most recent one that was admin override. Not just the most recent, because in the real world, you're going to have a bunch of crap that happens after you queue it. So this is kind of pointless. I'd want to clean that up. I'll put a to-do note here. To-do, make this filter by admin override. Otherwise, it's useless in the real world with requests hitting the queue constantly. So I'll do that. So yeah, that's a lot of work that we spent a few hours figuring out what we wanted to do, but I didn't have to write the code. I just got to understand the code now. So, but I will do that another night because it is time to get ready for doggy bedtime and my bedtime. So cool. Alrighty. Well, thanks for listening to me mumble along through all of this and figure out everything. We'll pick this back up Thursday. I'll do some stuff offline tomorrow, and then we'll do some more Thursday, most likely, unless something weird happens with work. So we will see you all on the next one. Let me just make sure, is there anybody I followed to send you to? I don't think there is anybody this late in the evening. That is a negative. So, alrighty. We will see you next time. Have a good one. Have a good evening, morning, wherever you are, and talk to you later. Bye.